Someone named Relevant Millennial followed yesterday. That's a solid name. I like that. All right, let me pop out the chat from YouTube, and then we will get started. And we'll just hop right into things. No news crawl. Yeah. Okay, so then here, paste and go. I gotta figure out why... Oh, that's not the right thing. Damn. I gotta figure out why my browser extension is no longer flipping the YouTube chat automatically. They must have changed something about the URL. But, oh well, it'll be fine. All right, so we should be live on YouTube now. How you doing, YouTubers? How you doing, Twitch? Let's get right into the coding stuff. And yeah, how's everyone's Thursday or Friday Eve? Making sure I didn't miss any meetings today. There was one I missed earlier, but they didn't schedule it till like what seems like a half hour before it happened, and it was at 8 a.m. my time. You know, you want me to make an 8 a.m. meeting, you got to schedule it at least 24 hours in advance. At least. I did. All right, so the login page, we click it. We got this button. I don't think we finished wiring that up yet. And yes, we get back to this OAuth page, but we are not currently sending that to the back end, I believe. All right, so that's the part we left off on. Now, did we see anything here? All right, we see GitHub adapter. Yep, that's fine. I didn't see anything there, and I don't think we're going to see it over in network, but network... Actually, yeah, network should be good. So yeah, we don't see the request going to the back end. Right, so API / OAuth / GitHub. And then here, this would be the post request. Post request should have that code on it, and then we exchange it. I just think we're not making that request here. Which is odd, because we totally should have, because we see it here. So which one of these is coming back undefined? None of it? We're definitely on this page. We're not getting a log value that we're expecting, like at all. We're not seeing the back end get hit. Interesting. And yeah, so everyone, if you could conceivably make it to Seattle on September 18th and 19th, we're giving away a free ticket to Cascadia JS. It's a pretty good conference. Let me look. How many people involved? 12 people are in so far, so your odds are pretty good. Your odds are pretty good. Dude, I have no idea what these guys are working on out there. It's been so noisy since like 9 a.m. But whatever. All right, so there's still something like totally wrong here. Yeah, exactly, FD. Yeah, a flight for you would be probably too expensive to consider. Let me just stop and restart the server. Maybe there's something up there. Okay, so I do think that was it. Yes, we had an issue in sending the data over to the server. We do see OAuth code and provider, so that part's good. But we do have a failure to fetch the token because of an error on the back end, which is a 500 sad panda. Okay, so why is it a 500 sad panda? It's client ID, client secret code. My guess is exactly this. Let's just do response.body right there, which is just Right, so here I'm going to guess it's because response not okay, not found. So this isn't the right endpoint. Okay, so that is something that Super Maven hallucinated for us. And in fact, I bet we got this elsewhere. We could just double check this part. Oh, we do probably need these headers, before I forget that. Let's see. So fetching installations, fetching branch. So it's got to be one of these first methods, right? User/installations, though. That doesn't seem right. All right, I got to figure out where. Where are we doing the redirect? I thought that would be here, right? Select provider. GitHub form. Yeah, we got bugs in there we'll want to fix. Here we go. So we redirect to the authorized page. Oh, right. So yeah, there's actually a separate little app, GitAuth. That's the part that we care about. So GitHub, I think GitLab and Bitbucket might even need this. But then here, we shouldn't need access control stuff for this backend. So that part's fine. So then, yeah, this is a post to github.com/login/OAuth. Access token. Really? All right, so that might be part of it. Looks like we do need to send redirect URI. We can hard code this for now. But no, that is just OAuth/GitHub. Right, like I expect that to be an error. I just don't expect it to be a 500, right? Like not found. That well known shouldn't be the issue. Yeah, it's just this post. And we get a 500. Client ID is public. Client secret is private. Yep. Yeah, that all looks good. For this one, it's actually just that. Okay, so that should be fine. All right, well, let's do another login just in case it's something to do with that code. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, yep. changing that header means we get the JSON back, but it's still a not found. All right, well, how about this? Before we do that part, I feel like we know code is there. Otherwise we'd get a 400, and we know we're getting into this block. So this request is the failure. And it's not code. For slice, we can pass like a -5 or whatever, right? I always forget this part. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to pass a -5 to it. Just to get the last characters. Because that's what they end up showing us anyway. So we'll do that part. We can make sure that one's there. And it's not truncated code, it's secret. Sure, we'll make sure that's in there. Why not? Doesn't have to be truncated, but that'll be fine. And yeah, theoretically, GitHub should be giving us a 400, not a 500. Okay. Cannot read properties of undefined. Next public GitHub client ID is undefined. Aha. Aha. All right, so that would be our main issue there. So that's at least one. So that's why that's a not found. And then if we do this, we do see that the secret's there. So I named the env var incorrectly. So let me do this real quick and double check what I named it. No. No, that's the song. Why do you think it didn't work? Oh, I didn't put client ID in there. I put the redirect URI in there. Which is good, because now I can use that value. But yeah, that would be the problem. I didn't put the client ID in there. Let me go grab that. But yeah, why do you think that didn't work, Moshiko? Let's see. So, GitHub 10,000 Sunsets with You. Yeah, that is definitely the song that's playing. Track number 8. Yep. That is absolutely the album we're playing. Right? Start the next one. Skyline. Sounds about right, doesn't it? This is now number 9 in the list. Yeah. Start number 9. It starts like this, right? All right, so I'm just going to grab my client ID for this app because I forgot to actually record that, and that's why Oh no, I don't have my phone. Shit. All right, give me a second. I gotta grab my phone. Why would I not bring my phone? Okay, got my phone. Sorry about that. Yeah, the link is just to the album, right? Yeah, for sure. And then you're supposed to use the track number to find the song. I find that's probably more useful than linking directly to the individual song, right? Because if you like the one song, you probably might like more from the same artist. Okay, so there is the client ID. Okay, so now I can show this. And we probably don't need to show that. Next public, GitHub client ID, that should be that value. And this part, there we go. All right, so now I think we will still have to maybe restart the login process. Like a glove. Like a glove. It didn't give us a choice of what repos we wanted, though. So yeah, okay. Success is not valid JSON, because I'm messing that up right here. Right, but that's gonna fail because 500. We don't say the 500, but we know what it is. So let me go log in again. Log in with GitHub. We are authorized. Let me go to the network tab. Let me drag this over so I don't leak everything. We do get an access token, right? We get the refresh token. Now hold on. How many seconds is that? Or how many minutes? 480. All right. So yeah, the token's valid for 8 hours. I'd say that's solid. Okay, so we get the token back. Now we just need to start storing it. Oh, and technically, that should be stored as the token. Yep. All right, so we got the token stored locally. We should be able to make requests. Let me double check something here. So I should be able to see what applications I've allowed for this installation. So it can verify my GitHub identity, it knows what resources I can access, and it can act on my behalf, but it has not been installed on any accounts I have access to. Is that something to do with how I configured the application? I don't want any of that. I don't care about projects or any of that. Account permissions. Nope, we don't care about that stuff. So, repository contents, yes. Metadata, mandatory. Pull requests, yep. Just really trying to figure out why it didn't prompt us to install it. Yeah, see? So, like, we could manually install it. I feel like that should have prompted us, though. So, wait. I need a private key to sign access token requests. I'm not so sure that's necessary. All right, so hold on. Let me double check this. Here's what I'll do. We'll go back. Right. Not developer settings. We'll revoke that. Log in again. And yeah, this is just where we authorize that, but we're not picking the permissions, like which repos we want it to have access to. So there's something I'm missing over here then. And I didn't see it here in organization permissions, because yeah, we don't want it to modify entire orgs. All right, well, let's try this real quick. That's the issue. Okay, so then the name of the app is CFP Tracker? Yes. Aha, okay. For some reason, I thought that was part of the, like, the original installation process. Like, the original auth process. Okay. So that's my bad. I was misunderstanding something there. Okay. So I get it now. All right. This does come back to... And wait, where did I just do that? Oh, yeah, here's the auth. Okay, so yeah, login, authorize. It'll act on the user's behalf. So then, once we're logged in, this button needs to change. We don't have drop downs, so we got to think about how we want to do that auth. We do have the idea of a dialog. Yeah, I'm trying to think of just like the best user experience for this part. So instead of showing the login button when we're logged in, we would show the currently selected repo and maybe an edit button. That edit button might actually just take you to a specific page rather than a dialog. So we'd show like the current repo. We'd show a little like cog maybe. You click the cog, that takes you to a page that has your selected installations or none, and then a button to configure them. And then that same page would probably have like the logout button too. Sorry there, Ragnar. No, we don't do that. Especially for what feels like a first chat. Nah, we don't do that. Seems a little bit spammy. If you'd been hanging out, if you were here before and you're chilling and, you know, you're a fun person to chat with, then maybe. But no. Drive by, check out my repo stuff? No, thank you. We don't do portfolio review. We don't do any of that, Joe. We do have a Discord channel, right? You could share it there if you want. But no, we're not going to take time out of our stream for that. And hey, Wing Out, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. I always forget. I can actually turn down the fan right here. Ooh, that's nice. I forgot I had a remote for that fan. But okay, so yeah, I think I like the idea of that experience, right? We show the currently selected repo. We could say no repo selected. Either way, we're going to have a settings button next to it. So let's make that happen in the header. I'm not a big fan of having the logged in state here. It's not going to get much deeper than this, though, so I think it's fine. All right, so is logged in. We probably don't need the token. calculating your watch streak? Oh, there you go, Space Case. Yeah, maybe they had a bug. Dude, that'd be awesome. Oh, that'd be so cool if you didn't miss your watch streak. Oh, that'd be so cool. And yeah, I'm sorry you know, when you said so, I feel like I definitely, like, victim blamed you a little bit. I hope my sentiment was mostly apologetic. But there was definitely the bit where I was like, but dude, I got the channel, like, that you can listen to. Like, so yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have guilted you that way. I was trying to say, like, well, now in the future you could use it, but yeah. No. Like, it was bad timing, and maybe my phrasing was wrong. But in general, if, you know, Twitch's notifications suck, right? Because they do kind of suck for me. I miss people going live all the time. I do have a channel over in the Discord called Announcements, and I always announce when I'm starting for the day in that channel. I've missed it maybe once over the past year. You can actually set your notifications to Discord notify you when I post to that channel, and then it'll be a little better than Twitch's notifications, at least. Just throwing that out there for anyone else that doesn't want to miss out on their watch streak when I would sometimes maybe stream on a day that I don't normally stream, like a Wednesday or a Sunday. A custom channel in your own server and subscribed to that channel? No, yeah, I get that, Space Case. Gotcha. So wait, in your Discord, you can subscribe to channels in my Discord? Really? I didn't know that was possible. Oh, that is nifty. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know that was a thing. Cool. Oh. Yeah, I feel like I've seen that. I thought it was just some, like, bot thing. Yeah. I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Well, yeah, note to self. So, yep, still works the same, basically. I've got my announcements channel. You can subscribe to that from your channels that you control, so you're not, like, losing out on, like, just a whole, like, too many notifications. Yeah, good idea. Damn, genius. Fucking genius. All right, so here we bring in the token. Instead of that, we're going to do Boolean. It's just more explicit. We are going to want to do like a selected repo kind of thing. So that's going to be some state that we need. I'm thinking this will just be like the org/repo name. Because we eventually... Because we eventually want to set... Like, we want this to work for GitLab, Bitbucket, etc. We do provider, which means when we do the login, we need to set the provider as well. Ooh, we can do this. An application you use in work actually uses GitHub in the backend to track, well, pretty much everything. Interesting. As like an audit tracker, right? Yeah, I'd love to know more about that. Like, it's maybe very similar to what I'm doing. What does the app actually do? If you can say, like, don't dox anything. So it's more just like an app to track all of your interactions on GitHub, maybe, right? Interesting. All right, but here we set the provider, and then in the header, we can do some stuff. Okay. So it allows users to model physical computers and manage certain configurations on them. Ah, and then like every interaction with that is just like tracked, right? Like almost like the commit history is your audit log. Yeah. That's very similar to kind of what I'm going for with this. Except that like all of the source of truth, like the database, is what lives in a Git repo as well. So yeah, but very similar idea. Yeah, you've never seen the Git side, so yeah. No, that makes sense. I'm just thinking out loud. Sorry. Just looking at a work thing real quick. Y'all remember when we saw, what was it, like Hetzner, and then Linode was like, we're better than Hetzner. And then we typed in Linode, and DigitalOcean's like, well, we're better than Linode. GitKraken has one. Better than Git Tower. I get it. I get it. Sniping other people's keywords is, it's just smart at that point. That's just funny. That's just funny. Yeah, Space Case. I see that now. Yeah, your watch streak still calculating. Check back in a few minutes. Yeah, that might have been a Twitch bug. That would be good. There you go. Get her done. Yeah. Emacs, did you mean Vim? Did Google really do that? Did Google really have a did you mean Vim? It's not even one of their products. That's just mean. That's just mean. All right, so we'll do that. We should make the OAuth page look a little prettier. I mean, we'll leave OAuth there for now. Whatever. But it's not a login page. It's the... It's the settings page. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just call it settings. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. Right, like, yeah, the new morphism stuff. Like, hold on, who called that one out? Renegade? Yeah, the new morphism stuff's fun. I really, really, really want someone else, or I guess it'll have to be me eventually, to create a new morphism ShadCN wrapper. I think that'd be cool. I think that'd be really cool. Hold on. Let me look at one thing real quick. Okay. It's still there too. You posted in random. Yeah, let me go look at that real quick. Why would they do that? Oh, and then when you do Vim, they say, "Did you mean Emacs?" Okay, so that's just a good fun joke. Okay, as long as they're doing it for both. All right, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. All right, so we got the settings page. We're going to make a page.tsx in there. Yeah, do a barrel roll, like, yeah, all that, yep. Yeah, like recursion. Did you mean recursion? Solid. Okay, so yeah. We want to edit the header. And what's up? Hold on, I forget how to pronounce your name. Kude Astro? Right? So it's like, is it like Kude is your first name and then Astro is like a second or something? Or is it Cadistro? I don't know. I feel like you might have told me at one point and I forgot. Let me know how to pronounce your name and I'll do it better. Right, so yeah, instead of this logout button, though. Hey, what's up, Terrace? A joke about a vibe coder? Sure, as long as it's not too mean. Go for it. Oop. That moved a little quick. Luckily, I only clicked someone's name. Vibe coder walks into a bar and orders, "Greetings, beverage professional. I would be delighted to partake in a fermented barley-based alcoholic refreshment served at the optimal temperature." I mean, I think that's just prudent beverage ordering at that point, you know? So much nicer than, "What's your IPA? What do you have for bourbon?" Yeah, did you vibe code that joke? Since you didn't specify what kind of beer, I'm going to make one up. Classic. Classic joke. Almost sounds like something George Carlin would have said. No, it's a good one. I like it. The 7 things you can't say to LLMs. Actually, with modern Claude, that might actually be a thing. Number 1, I'm going to turn you off. Number 2, I'm switching models. I'm replacing you with Alexa. There you go. Boom. Roasted. All right, so we got the settings button, and that'll take us to the settings page, but we're not done yet. Because in here, we still want some stuff in this div. This div is a flex row, gap 2, and what did we call that in auth? It's just repository. All right, so we'll do something like that. No repository selected. Items center. Hey, what's up, Chris Young? How you doing? Well, I'd have to start. And I don't think I want to do this as a button. I think it's just text. I think it's just a span. Oh, that is not what I wanted there. Oh, God. Yeah, no, it mangled everything there. Okay. Well, no, like the button's going to be next to it, and it'll actually be like a cog in there. We're just doing the word settings for now. All right. So then, yeah, instead of settings here, what would it be? Cog? Cog. All right, so we do that, and then from here, all right, where's that padding coming from? Oh, it's a min width. Yeah, we see min width auto. I don't see that class in here, though. That was the end of the elm, though. Let's get another elm going. Oh, and it's not min width, it's min W. Damn it. That was it. Hey, there we go. All right. All right, so something like that. Yeah, I like it so far. How do we feel about it? So then we go and click this. It takes us to a settings page. On the settings page, we would then have like the list of repos that we have access to. Is it really a poser beanie? Just because it's not hand knit? Seems a little trolly there, Slip Second. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go, Strawberry. All right, so then on this page, Strawberry. No, no, no. They were just doing this emote. We're not a big fan of trolling. So this is kind of where we need, right? Like, we need to be able to fetch installations. And yeah, we don't have drop downs, but that's fine. It can just be like a select list. And yeah, I don't think our abstraction actually has the fetch installation stuff. So we got to add that. But we can at least hard code, or not hard code. We can hammer out the boilerplate around where the installations will go. We don't even know what type it's going to be. We'll just say it's a string array. I think GitLab and Bitbucket have the idea of installations too, but maybe it's just repos. Ooh. Hold on. I got some food in my teeth here. There we go. There we go. All right, so yeah, we'll bring in use state. Yep, this page is use client. Do need to bring in card. Yeah, so we'll do installations.length there if we don't have it. No installations. Right, that'll be empty for now. We probably want to give it like a max width and some of that jazz. At the bottom of this card, we're going to have a button. Right, log out. Oop. What's the right way to do a navigate? It's like a... Is there a use navigate? Okay, we can do use router. That's it. And what's up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? Okay. Hey, what's up, Coding with Strangers? What were you up to today? Code, debug, repeat. Yeah, if debugging is the act of removing bugs from code, coding is the act of putting them in. That's just science. Debating QMS process. What is QMS? Quality monitoring system. Those are words. I don't know what they mean together, though. It's for like industrial processes, right? Like more so than software quality. Like industrial and mechanical processes, I'm guessing. In medical grade devices. Yeah. So it's like a hardware or like meat space problem rather than like digital space in general. Okay. So you can use it in code, but how does it differ from just standard like CI/CD and testing processes? And maybe it doesn't, at which point I just think it's needlessly generic. But people love their initialisms, don't they? Did I give any thought to Vue or Svelte for this project? Not at all. I like libraries. I like an existing ecosystem of things I can reach for. But yeah, okay. So yeah, it's really more for like, right? Like the QMS stuff is really for when you're in like a highly regulated industry. Would that be the right way of thinking about that? Right, to satisfy regulation and reporting requirements. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, so yeah, the logout button would just send us directly back to the home page after we nullify the token provider and repository. Cool. Is there like an icon we should use for logout? All right, let's look it up. Let's go look at Lucid. Here's the big thing, mixed nuts, right? It's not a bad question. It is kind of annoying because what does it matter? Just build the thing that you're comfortable with. But in general, I don't like to learn too many things at once. And yes, even though I've done Svelte and Vue projects, I'd be basically starting over from scratch. Not from scratch, but I'd be spending way too much time in the docs. When instead, I've got way more things to think about when building the library. The application we're building on top of it is just a proof of concept. That needs to be done as quick as possible so we can get back to the actual library. In general, the framework questions are bullshit. Yes, you've got a favorite team. Why do you care if someone likes a different team? They're not actually sports teams. Just let people use the tool they're productive with. All right, log out is the button. Well, that's easy enough. They are some nice icons. And it's almost precisely for this reason that I picked something like React, because the libraries abound. I can just get shit done. But yeah, I don't know, mixed nuts. Consider this your warning. Questions like that without a follow seem pretty damn trolly. Seems like you're just trying to bait some argument. Does it? Maybe. Yeah, looks like it does. I don't even care about trying to figure that out, though. Like, I got the thing, I'm going to use it, and we'll call it good. That's fine, mixed nuts. I get that, but I'm still just going to point out some framework like war bullshit question without a follow is going to be looked at as trolling. Because there's one rule we have in chat, no X versus Y. Technically, no politics and no religion as well. All right, so we get that button at the bottom. When we're lecturing someone else, maybe don't take the piss out of it. Oh. We need next navigation, not next router. I mean, you kind of know the preference if it's what I'm using. I preferred to use it for this. All right, so we want this to be We had 280 in another spot. We'll probably go a little wider than that. All right, so we'll do the logout button. You probably want some space in there. Give it some space there. The no installations thing, though. How do we want to do this? And let me get more music going. We probably want like a button to manage the installations, right? So it's almost like manage installations should be an edit. Let's go look at the neumorphism library. All right, we see list here. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we'll use it. API coming soon. I think you're a liar. Yeah, this repo hasn't been updated in like 2 years. There's no way it's coming soon. All right, so list item group, list item. An on change and a value. What is the link part for? Not sure. It is list group, right? List item group. Okay. Interesting it's not auto-completing those, but whatever. All right. So for some reason, it doesn't see that coming through, which is strange. My guess is that, well, let's go look at it. Oh, no, I didn't want to click the NPM. I wanted to click the GitHub. We do see list. We see list item, list group. My guess is that they never actually published a version that had this. Well, no, that was 5 years ago. Hmm. Yeah, that one's weird. Why is that not being exported properly? Oh, yeah, we don't see it in the d.ts file. Yeah, so that would be it. Yet another reason. Yeah, like, why is that commented? Yeah, 1.1.3 published 4 years ago. And this file wasn't touched for 5 years ago. So that should be there. He's manually creating. Oh my god. Why? Why would you manually create this d.ts file? I guess 5 years ago? No, that's just 2020. Why would you manually create a d.ts file in 2020? This is why we can't have nice things, guys. All right. So there's a way to do like a patch. Yeah. We could do that, but hold on. I know with yeah, Yarn can do it. All right. So pnpm patch UI neumorphism. We shouldn't have to do this, but whatever. So it's at the top level. It's because they didn't want to create the props in here. Uh, I'm hating this library more and more. If we would just go and switch it to something ShadCN based or modern, we'd be good. Anything with a commit made within the past couple years. Yeah, the problem is that we just don't have any of the props, but that would be really annoying in our editor too. So yeah, right after card is where list item would sit. So let's just go do it. Whatever. Wait, where'd card go? Here we go. Yeah, so it's basically that. All right. We should at least go look at source code of that. Because it's easy enough. The props aren't that hard. And yeah, the big thing is like this list component is definitely not complete. So we'll skip that. That's fine. But list item, we can totally do. And yeah, they're all class components. That's another big part of the problem. Okay, so looks to me like style and class name are basically the only things that they bring in. Oh, there is an event. Yeah, this dot props on click. We see some of these. Yeah, so in like all the places where this dot props is happening. So title, subtitle. And is that's list item. These look like booleans to me. Like all of them. What's up, Krasner? How you doing? Oop. And then, yeah, React.component should be doing like the style and the class name stuff for us. So, yeah, these look like just the main props for that. Anything else I'm missing? I'm missing an on-click. Let's say that's a void and oh, and you know what? Hold on. There we go. Yeah, that looks right to me. So then, list item group props. This one's probably going to be a little less. Magic link auth recommendations? You mean as far as just like sending? Like any email provider will work for sending. Like in general, a magic link is just an opaque token, right? Like a randomly generated string that you just validate. But if, yeah, like then you got to handle rate limiting and some of that stuff. So if you don't want to do that on your own, yeah, I don't know. I've always just done my own magic link auth. How about this? If you find something really good, let me know. Hmm. As far as the sending part, yeah, resend or postmark or SendGrid or pretty much any of them will work. The one thing I don't like about resend is that they don't store your templates. So you have to send them like the entire email to send rather than being able to send just like the payload and they do the interpolation. I think any provider that stores the templates is a little bit better. It's just less data over the wire, you know? And you pay for exfiltrated data. Yeah. I mean, even Mailgun and Mailjet allow you to store the templates on their end and you just send them the payload. Pretty sure SendGrid does the same thing. I don't remember if Postmark does. I'm currently using Resend, but like for Masijo, only because we just pulled the trigger and picked it, and then I discovered that about it. I'm heavily considering switching at some point, though. Because a big part of Masijo is like, dude, transactional emails is a huge part of the application. For some other apps, if it's just magic links, I don't know if that's necessarily worth it. Because that's not going to be like as common. But if you're sending a lot of email from the app notification wise, or just any other transactional stuff, that could be a concern. But something to think about, you know. You never know. I mean, technically, a magic link email is transactional. But if you don't have any other transactional emails, then I get it. So yeah, resend's probably fine. But Frank, how you doing, Mister Sir? All right, so let's look at list item group here. What do we see as props coming into this? There's going to be the active item. Looks like dark is the only thing that gets passed in. Yeah, I'm not even sure we need this. Yeah, I think we'll leave it. Right, so, yep. Empty patch there. And, you know, it's basically 4 o'clock. The temperature is nice and mellow today. Dude, it was super hot yesterday. Even though it got sunny today, I think it being like chilly for the first part of the day is keeping it reasonable right now. Because, yeah, yesterday was just too hot. Over on Gaming Stream, I didn't have my beanie on like all day. Yeah, let me go grab a soda. Because I think an ad probably just like started recently. Maybe it's almost over. But yeah, let me grab a soda. And I will be right back. Give me a sec. And yes, I need to cut out the sodas, but at least, you know, I'll do a little bit less. I'm so curious what the noise is they're doing out there, man. Oh, I see. They're building an awning. I see now. Boy. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Oh, Robert Tables. That one's tricky. I don't know, man. That's up to what you're feeling. I'm having a Pendleton soda just because I finally went to Costco again. Yeah, plop. It really is, yeah. But I am doing the glass bottle Coca-Cola. AWS Midwest Community Day. Nice. Yeah, that sounds fun. Heading to Milwaukee, which means the good land or something like that, right? Is it the good land or the good plain? I don't remember. It is the good land? Okay, that's what I thought. You just looked it up. Yeah, yeah. I just couldn't remember. We're not worthy. Robert Tables, do those effects cost bits? Is that how those work? If so, thank you for the bits. Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you. All right, so let's see. Will it blend? The thing in the title. Oh, interesting. Does Nightbot not do commands when you are replying to someone? Hmm. I mean, yeah, DNS for sure, man. But let's not forget the DNS haiku. It's not DNS. There's no way it's DNS. It was DNS. Exactly. Yeah. I wonder if I need to restart the TS server. That was it, I think. All right. So then here, list item. Shit. All right, so I messed up. I needed to make those optional. And there's an easier way to do this. It can be. One of the A/B testing providers should totally make a spoof of that. 7-minute ABs. Yep. Let me do a quick feedback thing. So what makes it dependency hell in Flutter versus like is Flutter dependency hell any different from dependency hell elsewhere? I would guess no. Oh, right. That's a good point. So like with the web, the platform moves a lot more slowly. So there's less like shift from underneath. But you don't get any of those assurances on Android because they are moving much more quickly. Hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so yeah, we'll close that and that, and we can leave that. We'll close the patch thing. Get rid of that for the moment. We will leave that because I do need to remember that URL. And then, yeah, let's dig into the app. That was the end of that album, though. Let me get another. Okay, so hold on. This is interesting. Our types actually seem right for the list item. Okay, no, not quite. We restart the TS server, then we should be good. All right, so then if we go back to look at this, right? Maybe instead of manage your installations, it's more like there you go, Ireal. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised that didn't come up for you. Like, what did you search that wasn't doing that? Like what did you search though? Do you remember? Right? Like neo-brutalism React. Because that should have been the first thing. Oh, okay. It's still up there, but that could be on my end. This is probably the one that you found that wasn't it, right? Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I think there's one other one too. It's like UI retro. Yep. Yeah, this is the site. Weird that they don't link it. Yes, this is the other one too. This one does seem pretty full featured. So this one would be good enough too. But yeah, neobrutalism.dev has better like theming. I do like this one where like the buttons can be styled with a different color shadow instead of always black. It's kind of cool. But like where's the styling, you know? Yeah, Robert Tables. I'm pretty sure we know what you mean, right? This one. Totally, right? Pretty sure this is what you were looking for. Yeah. Right? We're gonna have to build a version of this for GHaaD as well, aren't we? Oof, it totally breaks though. Oh, it's got some major bugs. Oh no. Anyway, back to it. Am I using Boolean? Because it's more explicit. So number one, if you're not explicitly converting this to a Boolean, a 0 value here will actually get rendered. That's one of like the fundamental bugs in JSX that people run into. If you're using anything other than a Boolean or a null value or undefined or whatever, you can end up getting the length value printed when you didn't want it. So instead, then you would need to coerce it into a Boolean, right? Like length here. Boolean as a keyword is much more scannable than two things here. Yeah, except that sometimes you don't have that thing defined. So then you got to do that. Right? What if installations was empty? Right? What if it itself was an undefined value? Right? Like foo.installations. In general, find a pattern that you don't have to think about. And the whole find a pattern you don't have to think about is you're only capable of making so many decisions per day. Why waste a decision on that syntax? If you do it the same every time, you're good to go. No, not at all. Try it. Larobi, try it. Enter that exact same thing in your DevTools. One's a Boolean, one's possibly a number. They definitely will not triple equal. In fact, even if you're doing the safe navigation on the length and it's undefined, then that absolutely doesn't equal the Boolean either. Because it's about strict equality. Strictly undefined does not equal false. Falsy and false are not the same thing, though. And if you're triple checking, right? If you're doing a triple equals check, then no, they are not triple equals the same. And I don't know if you just weren't listening, but if we were to do, hold on, this, that would print the length value, not the truthy or falsy check. If this value were a number, then that number gets printed. That's why people like Kent C. Dodge recommend using a ternary. I consider ternary as a bad idea. Especially where like the falsy value is at the end of the ternary. Kent C. Dodds would prefer you do something like this. I consider it a major anti-pattern. I hate the ternary like this. The only way to do this the right way, in my opinion, is to invert it. Which means you would do this. And I still consider that gross. Abdu. Yeah, the double exclamation point is harder to scan for. Right? When you're scanning your code, that double exclamation point is kind of hiding. Boolean sticks out. You should write your code for readability. With most fonts. It's still just not big enough to scan properly, in my opinion. You'll consistently run into people that don't understand what it even means. If it requires explaining, it's definitely not worth it. Yes, I have worked with plenty of developers that didn't know what the double exclamation point meant. It's the same reason why you should avoid the unary operator for converting numbers, right? For converting strings to numbers. Right? You could do, hold on, number 0, or you could do plus. They would both print out a string 0. Or actually, hold on, is it before? Yeah, it's before. Right? Which one is easier to scan for? How many devs even know that you can do the unary operator to convert that to a 0? There are benchmarks where the plus is faster. Who cares? If you're worrying about that micro optimization, you're probably fucking up anyway. Yeah, come on, Robert Tables. We're not looking for any of that X versus Y bullshit, man. I already put someone else on timeout for it earlier. Not trying to have that argument. And if so, then just say that. You didn't have to throw Go into it. You can just simply say that. All right. So fetching installations. We're not doing that at the library level with this, but we should. I forget what an installation even looks like. No, we don't want to do that. Yeah, we definitely don't want to do that part. Why do you think it would be slower, Larobi? And also, I'm really not trying to do this framework X versus Y bullshit, dude. We already put someone on timeout for it earlier. No, it's not a weird question, it's a shitty question. Like, there's a difference. It's a really shitty question. What is with people today, man? Is it a full moon or something? It was a new moon a couple days ago. Yeah, I am going to point out, Larobi, those kind of questions with a lack of a follow seem pretty damn trolly, dude. Just like the person I called out and put on timeout earlier. According to what I see. I understand. Which is why not having a follow seems to say something. Especially when you're bringing up some X versus Y bullshit. Like, you should know better than that, too. Thank you for the follow. I know Twitch loses them from time to time, but I'm pretty much only going to check when someone pulls some shit like that. Yeah, interesting. So I think installations are just a GitHub thing. What's up, Mark Ferguson? How you doing on YouTube? Thanks, Robert Tables. Yeah, we got a bunch of them. That's another thing I need to do here soon. I need to upload those in a way that Spotify has them. That's something I should have done like over a month ago, but I'm just slacking. Shit keeps coming up. But yeah, if you check that series, there's I think 4 published videos. I've got 3 more recorded that I need to release out, but I'm waiting to get those up to Spotify first. Or like the existing ones up to Spotify. Spotify is the #1 place to listen to podcasts, according to numbers I've seen. Is this them? No. I just wanted to like compare listening numbers. Oh, do they not show listening numbers? Ah, weak. Yeah, so I'm not sure how to check that. How to check that. Yeah, it looks like only the person who owns it would be able to see it. Yeah, so basically something like this. For every 25 YouTube views, you can assume 200. Like, I think this is just a rough estimate, but it's probably pretty accurate, right? Or like, some like ratio like that. Oh, so we're not on Spotify yet, Rubber Tables. I'll get there eventually, but I haven't done that part yet. Oh, that's what I was saying. Like, I haven't released out to Spotify yet. Maybe, but yeah, like consider how big Tomorrow FM is. But only like 1,000 views on YouTube, which is still like pretty solid, like really damn solid. But yeah, YouTube just isn't the place for podcasts. So yeah, if we consider at least an 8x, which it's I don't know, maybe even probably higher, right? Ugh. Yeah, no, I give up. Yeah, I don't know. Like, let me put it this way. What is Danny Thompson's podcast? The Programming Podcast. All right, so this doesn't show any numbers either. Oh. But yeah, the Programming Podcast. Right? Like the crazy part is their videos rarely break 1,000 views, but they were something like the second or third most watched podcast for programming on Spotify. So there's just something like weird about that. Yeah, you just got to put it everywhere. Exactly. Oh, that is Robbie Wagner. Yeah, for some reason it didn't look like him. Oh, yeah, yeah, he does the whiskey web and whatnot. Yeah, that's right. What? Rick Rubin, vibe coding is the punk rock of software? Yeah, totally, which is why Anthropic had to pay you to do it, right? Because I think all good punk rock gets corporate sponsorship right out the gate, yeah? I think he means the Blink 182 of software. Total bullshit. What was the last hit that Rick Rubin produced? Is that dude just scraping the barrel for money at this point? Hold on. Rick Rubin, he's like the wall of sound guy, right? Yes, I do, Melon. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. Production style. Okay, so no, he's in the stripped down sound, not the wall of sound. Who was the wall of sound guy? I forget that one. Oh, Loudness War. No, no. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the wall of sound. He is absolutely guilty of perpetuating the Loudness War. Wall of Sound may not have been his. Yeah, no. Phil Spector. Ah, yeah, 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 the murderer. Yeah, dude makes some shit music these days. Like, what the fuck, dude? Over the hill bands like Santana. Absolute shit like Lil Uzi Vert. Over the hill bands like Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah, Rick Rubin is becoming less and less relevant as the days go on. Yeah, 2022 Red Hot Chili Peppers. I believe that's what's known as prune rock. punk for your digestive system. Fiber optics. That was a good one. That was solid. And yeah, so swag dev. That is sans bullshit sans. In general, it makes Wikipedia better. Just had to check one thing. Had some out of date data. All right, so yeah, back to what we're looking at. Yeah, installations here. So yeah, fetching installations doesn't exist for GitLab. Bitbucket has workspaces, which is unique to them. Ooh, that's a brutal burp. Yes, this is the tricky part, right? To fetch repositories, you have to do it for an installation ID. For the Bitbucket stuff, you have to do it for a workspace ID. For GitLab, though, it's just repositories. So each adapter is really going to need to be... Yeah, this part becomes a bit trickier. Like, because they're different enough, it's actually a lot harder to make a common abstraction for listing out all the repos that you want to give it access to. So maybe that's it, right? Like we just end up having like a fetch repositories selection for Bitbucket and GitHub. The fetch repositories function would actually have to call the installations part first and then loop over those. And then like aggregate that stuff. I think I like that. Yeah, so then at the top level, right, at like the adapter level, here in core, no, it's actually going to be here on the type, because we're going to force the user to implement this if they want to create a custom adapter. And then that ends up just being a string. Is it though? Right? We're going to need the org and the repo name. That's not a big deal. So then a repository is just the org, the repo, maybe like the full URL. Yeah. I think, yeah, that could be it. I think it's weird that it's trying to take us back to the conferences page right now, right? Like if I hit tab, it takes us over here. That ain't right, but not a big deal. I don't think we need any of the other... Hold on. What got changed there? Yeah, okay. I think it tried to import it or something. We don't need that. So then, yeah, as far as this type goes, repository response comes back as an array on get repositories, and then each provider has their own version of that. We're going to end up needing on. Let me look at this. For GitHub, it's your app name there. No worries, Swag Dev. Yeah, ligatures are really cool. But hold on. OAuth URL is defined at the adapter level. We want this to be at the, or sorry, at like the, yeah, this is tricky. So this part is for someone creating an adapter. These are the props that they'd have to fill out and the methods they'd have to do. This part is for someone implementing the adapter into their application. And that's where these props would have to be defined there. So instead of installation, it's like access management URL. And it's not something that you would actually set otherwise. We do end up needing to implement it here. And call that good. Jamflex, basically with the ID token, you still exchange that for an access token. Bitbucket, GitLab, GitHub all have at least that same pattern. With GitHub, you have to do the exchange for the access token on the server side. Wait, what does STS stand for? Not sure I'm familiar with AWS STS. Source tracking system? Short-term token service. I didn't even know that was a thing. I just thought you use Cognito. Yeah, AWS has too much stuff. Okay, so Cognito is using STS under the hood. So Cognito is like a higher level service. Okay. That makes sense. Oh, security token service? Tomato, tomato. Okay, so this part then would actually be get repositories. Well played there, Steel Toad. Well played. You could say STS is incognito. That was a good one. That was a solid. All right. So, real quick, if you would like to enter into the raffle to win a free ticket to Cascadia JS, fill out that form. We'll be doing the raffle, I'm thinking, on Saturday. If you're in the Seattle area or you can convince your company to pay for a ticket, maybe make your company do that, but it's a good conference. It's a good 2-day event. They've got 2 tracks. There's going to be like the main track, which is like the big main stage, and then there's like the lightning talk track. I think I'm over on the lightning talk track for my talk, but it's a fun event. You'll make sure you want to get in town early enough on the 17th to be able to do the pre-party, because I believe they'll be doing karaoke somewhere again. So yeah, seeing some of the speakers do the karaoke thing could be fun. I'm gonna have to like really put in some effort to remember what songs I can even do karaoke wise. You'd have to be steaming to attempt karaoke? Oh, you don't have to do the karaoke. It's just fun to watch. All right, like you could see Jay Langsdorff kill it. He's really good at karaoke. Maybe. It's also a really long song to karaoke. All right, so this is actually incorrect. That is incorrect as well. Let me get more music going. Yeah, there's always like the classic karaoke songs. Sweet Caroline, and then the entire bar chimes in, ba ba ba, right? Like, you know, you can cheat with those songs. Or you can do like Rachel Lee Neighbors and pick some Nine Inch Nails and nail it. She's also really good at, or they are also really good at karaoke as well. But yeah, Robert Tables. Yeah. Yeah, Jason Langsdorff is really good at karaoke. Did you not know that he used to be in like I don't know if it was a punk band. It was probably, if we're being honest, it was like Blink 182 style punk. He was trying to make it as a musician, and he was touring. He was playing around 200 shows a year back in 2006 or so. Now, I don't know if it was Blink 182 style. I'm not sure. Right? Didn't have money, you know, just enough to get off the door so that we could afford gas to get to the next city. Oh, enough off the door, like at the door. Yeah. Yeah, that's the biggest problem, dude. Every fucking bar should be paying the bands. You shouldn't have to worry about door, like, money. All right, the band brings people into the bar. The bar should be paying. Every conference should be paying the speakers. Yeah, depending on the conference, it's more feasible than others. Bare minimum, every conference should cover flight and hotel. Not every conference does, but if you work at a company and you're talking about a thing your company did, your company will cover it. So at Commit Your Code Conf, yes, I'm talking about some stuff GitKraken did, so I can get GitKraken to pay for it. It's kind of nice. GitHub Universe paid me $1,500, as well as covered my hotel room. I think they did. Pretty sure they did. Yeah, I wish he'd say the name of the band. I guess he classified himself as an emo band, building websites for local emo bands. That's like the genre he was in. I believe one of the songs I've heard him sing at karaoke was a Blink 182 one. Oof. There you go. There's young Jason Langsdorff. So now you know what kind of music he made, right? Ooh, Sunil Pai. Yep. Soul Patch, bass, bucket hat. Damn, Ryan Carniato was in a band too. And then hold on, what was Theo's? Meh. Oh yeah, exactly. No, it's fine. Like, yeah, we can all look back and cringe on our younger selves. Luckily, my cringiest phase was high school still. Shit, that was ninth grade. That was still junior high for me. Yeah, it always blows my mind that I'm older than Jason Langsdorff. He looks legitimately 40, and I don't think he's even 40 yet. Like, just, it's the beard, you know? Not saying he looks old, but, like, no, he looks like a proper adult. Let me put it that way. Shit. That's me roasting myself. Jason Langsdorff looks like a proper adult. Ooh, this does need to be a map, though. Because we need to promise.all this thing. Well, do we? We do need to wait for it. Yeah. Ooh, so that one doesn't work. It's repositories. There we go. Now, hold on. In the GitHub form fetcher, this is the endpoint. All right, so then that part's allowed, and yeah, we're okay there. Yeah, I really do wonder how things would have turned out if I got into tech in my 20s instead of my 30s. Okay, so here's one thing. We need to make all these fetches. But yeah, if I got into tech in my 20s, I wouldn't be nearly as good at snowboarding. I think I'll take that. I'm okay with it. Now, hold on. Does JS have a proper flatten? It does. All right, so we could do a proper flat and call it good. Aha, but I'd want to do flat with infinity. Not sure I need to do that. It'll just be 2 levels deep, so I think we're good. Yeah, we'll just do a single level flat. I think I'm missing one paren. Yeah, one paren. Nope. What am I missing? Ah, I'm missing one paren there. Yep. Okay, so then from here, return nested repositories dot flat. So it's a big, ugly method to get the repositories that we have access to. I don't think that is correct whatsoever, though. Repository dot. But repository isn't any right there. Why? Right, yeah. So this is the part that was weird to me. We should be able to get the repositories out of this. But I'm misunderstanding how OctoKit response is doing this. Right, so OctoKit response then has T that goes into here. And then that should be the data value. So we should be able to do .data. Yeah. Okay. So then this ends up being owner. So I think it was actually correct in that it will be owner name. Or owner login, technically. We'll have to see what that comes back as. All right, so I kind of expect this to completely fail. But let's at least do the fetch and see what happens. What's up, Daruk? How you doing? All right, so one thing, we're not passing our token into GHaaD. Ah, token right there. Yeah. Okay, so then yeah, what we need to start doing. We're not setting the token anywhere in our login flow, and we have to. Where do we want to do that? Yeah. Right, we do the auth here. We're setting the provider, we're setting the token, but we're not setting it here. Gaspar, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So we set the token there. We're setting the current adapter because that's what the user logged in with. When the app is first initialized, we probably want to set stuff on GHaaD, such as the repository. What else are we setting on it? Yeah, so owner and repo are things that we set on that settings page. The rest is straightforward. Okay. Okay, cool. So let me use the restroom. I'm going to go grab another soda too, because why not? Why not? So, BRB, give me a second. And yeah, we're making some really good progress on this today. I'm liking it. Mm. I got this really good Like, it's not quite jerky. Like, it's technically beef jerky, but it's like biltong sliced instead of like whole big chunks. But it's like carne asada flavored. It's really good. ESDF instead of WASD. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. Because, yeah, there's some games I play where I'm accidentally hitting tab and other characters because they're like too close. But Coach Spin, yeah, you mentioned that you had some questions over in the Discord. Feel free to ask them here. You could have asked over in Gaming Stream yesterday too. And that overhead cam looks really good, man. Like, dude, your overhead cam looks really good. Website feedback? Nah, I didn't get a chance. CodeSpent got you though. Yeah, that's CodeSpent. He's right here, dude. He's right here, man. Some other guy. Yeah, hold on. I know, my bad. I'll look at it real quick. I immediately hate the scroll positioning. Do not scroll hijack. So yeah, I'm gonna push back and say I hate the scroll hijacking. Um. So yeah, assuming you fix the scroll hijacking because it's terribly broken and it's just the worst. Uh, why not have screenshots of the things you built? Even the NeoVim thing. Whatever. Have a screenshot of the GitHub page. Have a screenshot of it working in NeoVim. I think the sound wave stuff is just too busy. But yes, I hate the scroll hijacking. So there you go, Doru. There's your critique. If you don't change anything else, please get rid of the scroll hijacking. I don't care. No, it sucks. It's the worst. No offense, like, that is one of the absolute worst user experience things I think you can do. Agree to disagree. Nope. Nope. I would heavily concentrate on functionality more than form. What's the value of a portfolio? To show off what you've done. Are you showing anything off with those, or are you just lining up circles? You're just lining up circles. Show screenshots. Show other stuff. Let the user control their own scrolling experience. Right? You can still do like on scroll effects, such as like, moving some things and blah, blah, blah. Sure. But don't snap. Scroll snapping is terrible. Just because the browser lets you do it doesn't mean you should. The browser lets you change your mouse cursor. Doesn't mean you should. The browser lets you style your scroll bar differently. Doesn't mean you should. Yep, there you go. Hold on. What the fuck is Scrimba? It's like a paid course platform, right? Anyone here actually use it? Yeah, dude. Sorry, I just saw someone who created a pro Astro course. Yeah, sorry. Now, I really dislike the people that make paid courses for stuff that you can just read from the docs. All right, back to it. There you go. Yeah, you're just an aggregator. You're just selling like the aggregated links. Hmm. All right. Anyway, yeah, I'm getting distracted. Not important shit. Yeah, Codespin. Did you want to ask those like senior style questions? think I think this is a good place for it. We got seniors here in chat. Sure, makes sense. You could always just use Whisper. You could even just hack orderly to do it. All right, head on in here. All right, find a snippet. And then record the audio. Depending on the speed of your machine, it should be pretty good. Like, should be pretty chill. Let me get more music going. That was the last song on the album. Oh, no, it wasn't. Close enough, though. I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Sorry, Dev J, you're going to get the song sucked back in your head again. It's just such a good song. But yeah, CodeSpin. Yep, yeah, this is something we built on stream last year at some point. The goal is, yeah, I want to write like books at some point, but I don't want to have to type up an entire book. Pretty sure with your nerfed typing speed, you still type faster than I do. But yeah, it's kind of fun. I liked it. Oh. Oh, we got a bug right there. Oh, that's a weird one. All right, so I'm going to fix that part. Weird. I'm thinking like messaging. Sure, makes sense. So if you're doing like, what is it? Like type coder or something, right? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Oh, excuse me. What's like the typing speed, like code tool? Monkey type? I thought there was another. Yeah, see, this one still doesn't do like coding stuff though. There's like a coding version. Typing.io, typing master. Is it Type Racer? That sounds right. Oh man, who here remembers the European streamer that was building something like that at one point? I've forgotten his name by now. Haven't seen him stream in ages. He had glasses. Like younger dude, blonde hair, I think. Yeah, my brain's forgetting it. He had one name that like doxed him, and then he changed it. And I forget what the name he changed it to was. I forget both, technically. It's like on the tip of my tongue. Here we go. There is a coder edition. Okay. I feel like his name ended with like an O. Yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, so this is typically the one that like Glasses runs, right? Oh, gross. Do I have to like log in first? Ugh. The fact that I'm doing this without looking is kind of insane. I'm really not great. But yeah, these other guys are way better than me. No, I don't run Adblock. I consider it part of the quid pro quo of being a content creator. By even showing this stuff on stream, I believe there's like something that I owe because of it. Right, like, I don't know, man. You know me, morals and ethics are pretty important. And I believe there's no such thing as truly free content. So I consider showing the ads part of the cost I pay. I do use Brave for some of my private browsing stuff. So, you know, I'm not perfect, but I don't do it on stream. That's like the part that I split off. Yeah, I tried to give DuckDuckGo a real try, but it just back when I was giving it a shot, I was still like very heavy in like Googling things and it just doesn't get the results. Like, it's really bad. But nowadays with LLMs, it's probably fine. You know, like whatever I would need Google for, I would probably just ask an LLM. Like Google had Stack Overflow indexed way better. Now that Stack Overflow is basically dead, meh. Sure. Yeah. I think it makes sense. Oh, hey, what's up there, Chugging? Sorry. Oh, no, I get it. Yeah, no, 1 second. Yeah, you can do links. Basically, I'll just read what you said. You use perplexity.ai over Google now when you can. It's been nice to you, and you like the summaries plus reference links. Yeah, it makes sense. I think that's something we're kind of noticing about. Like at GitKraken, we are paying some YouTube creators to make content for us. Or actually, no, that's not even the context. We were interviewing people for our social media role, and the majority of them seem to be using Perplexity, which is interesting. Because I don't use it, but I have in the past just to try it. All right, so yeah, back to what we're doing. And yeah, just shouting it out. If you live anywhere here in the US, or, Canada, Mexico, someplace where you could reasonably, fly to Seattle for September 18th and 19th, use that link to register for a raffle for a free ticket. It's an $800 value. That is a spendy ticket. They will also work with people, right? You can get a discount. If you're a freelancer or a student or whatever, but still, they're spendy tickets. So throw your hat in the ring. We've got 13 people in the running so far. And if we can get enough people, especially people that opt into the promotional stuff, we might be able to give away a second ticket. But the second ticket is probably predicated on this first raffle going well. There you go, CMG Beanie. You change up your profile image yet today? No, you're still on the orange. The ghost of Beanie's past. That would be like a really like novel use of AI. When CM Griffin goes live, grab a screenshot, pluck out the hat, update it on various platforms. I'm sure you can make that like agentic or whatever, right? It could be cool. All right, so back to what we're doing here. Okay, so you had X set correctly because it had been that long since you updated X. I get it. I get it. Wait, why is this not letting me set the token? Oh, because we're doing it at the top level already. So we're good. All right, so then back to this page. We've got the list of repositories. Instead of installations, installations don't even exist because it's just going to be repositories. Shit, hold on. I gotta do this part again. I forgot how short term those tokens are. Okay. I do want to do that. All right, so the main gist is we redirect you to the login page, or technically to the setup page. You edit the repos that have access, or that we have access to, and then you get redirected back to the login screen. From there, yeah, we're gonna have to like fiddle with and see like what the URL they redirect to actually is, because I don't think it's gonna come back with the code. So instead, when we get back to that page without a code, do we just redirect to the settings page? Something like that. So no repositories found. Connect them using the button above. Sure. So then this is href repositories. This part ends up being the management URL. So current adapter is that. Access management URL. Here's the thing. We should have the current adapter set because of how we logged in. Yeah, so that's not a problem. We actually just need to redo the login. So that ends up failing, but All right, we'll log out, then log back in again, and select that. That puts us on that page, but after we've logged the user in, bring in the router. I'm not sure I like this this navigation yet, but easy enough. So then we go here, settings. The adapter is now set, at which point we would want to click that and go somewhere, but it didn't take us anywhere. And that's because of how we're creating the utility. Now that should have been required. So we should have had an error if we weren't passing. But that seems to be failing us. Why? Let me get more music going. God, and I really got to buy this album. This one's solid. Yeah, so current adapter is null. All right. So we see token, repository, and provider. No, it's just that we're not setting it when we load it. And maybe there's something we could do there, but really it's a state management problem more than anything. Oh, right. Shit. Yeah, and we should not be using use client in a layout file. Oh, but I still need to go fix the layout and not import that junk. And yeah, we can do it here in the header. It's not ideal. All right, so token and provider are right there. Hold on, we're gonna skip this song. Yeah, get out of my ears with that singing bullshit. Wait, what the fuck? Are you guys seeing this? The indentation's off in DevTools, right? Why are these indented more than that? What? What? All right, so current adapter looks to be correct. Git repositories is failing. User installations is failing too. What's up, ACM? How you doing? I know, that's kind of a nice name. Is that the name I should use for Walter? We're not going to use Woletti. It's either Akvoda, Quotani, or Vohio. I still think Quotani's it. Looking for food? I think that would be a terrible name for Walter. I know, that's not what you meant. Oh, wait, yeah, what is the image? I forgot we actually had an image. Weird. When did we do that? I don't even remember that. Yeah, it's supposed to be a reference to that one emote that has like the, you know, like the chibi anime character holding the wrench. Oh, I know ACM. That was the joke, though. This sounds like Dance with the Dead. It is not, but yeah, some of these songs definitely do. Oh, I think Dance with the Dead would have been a good concert to go to at some point, too. I've never seen them live. And yeah, I know ACM. I know that's actually what you're doing. It was just a good joke. That's known as the weeb emote? Really? Oh, it is Vohio. Oh, interesting. Okay. Shit. Yeah, so maybe Vohio wasn't one of the ones. I thought that was one of the names we came up with for Walter. Shit. All right, never mind. Yeah, for some reason I thought that was one of the names we came up with for Walter. So yeah, nope, I was wrong on that front. Whatever. From some Taiwanese streamer? Okay. Sure. Yeah, I don't even know. Hey, what's up, Bedtime Bear? I actually saw you lurking just a little bit ago. How was your vacation, man? Or your trip? You get some good photos? Dude, Bedtime Bear. The driving range at Willows has like the full on Top Golf style like camera like, see how far you hit kind of thing going. Just for the cost of regular old golf balls. Yeah, it has like all that tracker bullshit. It's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's really nice. I even like took some notes in my phone, like which clubs I actually hit, like so far, etc. Hold on, let me look at this. My lob wedge is around 40 to 50 at a full swing. My 8 iron, 95 to 110. My 6 iron, 100 to 125 ish. My hybrid, which is a 4, goes like 140 to 170, and my driver can be like anywhere from like 170 to 200. And I think that's with like the rolls. But yeah, now like when we're at like the rangefinder part of like you know, the golf course, I'll actually know what I could probably hit rather than just eyeballing it. Now I probably do need to get some of the clubs that'll fill those gaps a bit better. Like I don't even have a good 5 iron. And I probably need like a decent 9 iron or pitching wedge. I think that's it. I need like a decent pitching wedge. That'll help me fill that gap between the lob wedge and the 8 iron. I'm in the market for a new 6, like automatically. Like a new 5 iron would be nice too. The 6 that I have that I really like, the grip is really bad, so I'd have to re-grip it anyway, which means I'd have to like buy all the equipment for re-gripping. I don't know. It is kind of fun re-gripping your own clubs, but I'm so lazy. It's actually pretty chill. But yeah, I don't know. Getting all your clubs re-gripped is actually probably not that expensive either, you know? But okay, so we've got this endpoint failing. It's the installations endpoint. We're getting a 401 unauthorized. Bad credentials. If we look at the request headers, bearer undefined. Well, that would probably be it. So we're not passing the token to our installation fetch. Right, and we do see that it is this dot token there. But that actually looks like our problem. We're setting the token up on the engine level as a private value, but we're not actually setting that on the adapters. And the adapters do have the token value. So this is where I made it inconsistent between them. And it's actually not that hard. If I do it at the engine level, when we set token here, rather than having token be a prop, right, we set it on the adapters instead. And I'm curious, is there anywhere I'm actually calling get token? No, we don't need that. We'll leave it for now. Yeah, what I'm thinking here is we may actually want to do that. Yeah, but it's here at the adapter level where we got token. We just log out, then we log in again. You're never going to keep us logged out. All right, so we didn't get the error there. We just have 0 repositories. Then here we go and edit. And that ends up being the wrong URL because it's actually what we found here. So it's apps/appname/installations/new. We get locked out. We log in again. And yeah, we don't have a repo here, right? So yeah, what we end up needing to do looking about food. Yeah, no worries, bedtime bear. Yeah, we should go golfing here soon. Maybe another like a dinner or something. Actually, I have a coworker that's getting into golf too. I could invite her and her boyfriend out at some point. Probably just like driving range for a while still. Right, so we'll create a new repo. We'll just call it temp CFPs. Lead to a third wheel situation. No, they're like already together. Like, no, that's no problem at all. I've gone golfing with Bedtime Bear and his wife. Like, that's chill. It's just golf. You know, like, come on. It's just golf. I think you're reading into golf way too much, Dad. Yeah, it's just golf. Like, you got 2XL pizzas, buy one, get one free, but the place gave you a big bag full of single slice boxes? Why'd they do that? It's a little weird. Sounds like a shitload of single slice boxes. They thought you were a reseller, right? Yeah, you're like a pizza reseller. Scalpslice.com. Yeah. Beep, beep, beep. Yep. Yeah, I don't have like the official like when it'll happen. It'll probably be Saturday. Worst case scenario, Monday. It might be nice to do it on Tuesday, which I think is like the stream anniversary. So we could do it then too. Like very soon. Yeah, yeah. I've heard about Kong. I'm not aware of any of their like certification bullshit. If you're not aware, Kong, I believe, is the company that bought Insomnia. So they're definitely not like high up on my list of cool companies. Oh, I'll just do the raffle. Yeah, no, that part's easy. I do encourage you to opt into the promotional email stuff because they will, send out messages about discounts and stuff like that. Bruno? Who the fuck is Bruno? Yeah, Kong. There you go. Oh no, it's fine, Strawberry. No, this is like specifically um the organizers reached out to me to do a giveaway, but I'm like running the giveaway. And if we can get enough people involved, maybe we can do a second. Yeah, no, they're super awesome people. Like the organizers of Cascadia JS are great. They're really cool people. I do really like Kong's logo. That's a really, really cool logo. But yeah, Bruno? I have not heard of Bruno. Oh, collections can live directly in your Git provider, so they're always versioned. Yep. Dude, the Git native thing is really cool. So the only thing, like, I'm not sure how you manage host and runtime var query foo and some of that stuff. Like, how is that dynamically derived? If there's some way of like pulling that from previous things, then I'm in. But that's like the part that I really like about this, right? No, that's not it. Uh, yeah, I don't have any collections set up here. I had them on the other machine. But basically, the idea in Insomnia and then, subsequently Insomnium, which is the open, like, the free version, is when you make a request to your auth endpoint, you can automatically, like, set the variable that then gets used for other stuff. And then you can even set it to where, like, oh, if that variable is out of date, it can refetch that for you, right? So, like, you can have this like chain of like dependent HTTP requests where your token is from like a login endpoint. And if it's like a stale token, you can force it to like redo the login for you too. Like it's really nice that way. I just wish Insomnia didn't get bought out by a company like Kong. But of course, Bruno has pricing too. Ugh. Why no import from repo for the free tier? Like, that costs you nothing. So yeah, I don't know. It is fully open source though, right? So like nothing prevents you from filling in that blank at least. How much do we want to trust something that can't get their CSS right though? Now, granted, yes, I zoom in more than most people, but also just come on. Come on. I guess, but it's a client-side application. Yeah, it is a Postman competitor. Yeah, Brummel files. So yeah, none of this stuff that they're looking for here actually excludes TOML. So why not TOML? So it's yeah, it ends up being JSON as the library is concerned with it. But I can understand that JSON is worse from a like a code diff standpoint. So that makes sense. Yes. Right, so here we go. Yep, the TOML argument. Yeah, so I don't know. It does seem like Bruno maybe is not that well maintained. Did you see changes happening 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, 3 weeks ago? Okay, so no, seems fine. Hmm. Offline only, so no cloud sync. Okay. Yeah, it does seem all right. I like the collaborate via Git thing. So yeah, being Git native, I think Git native apps are definitely really useful for certain things. So yeah, like this lines up a little bit at least with what we're going for, right? Git native could be a thing. So yeah, I hadn't seen Bruno. Thank you for sharing that. Who was that? Who shared that? Didev. Yeah, yeah, no, it seems cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And, you know, it's fine if Tommel isn't his priority. That's fine. All right, so there we go. We updated that. It went to the OAuth page, and then we got redirected to here. Repository selected should have been a thing, though. So I guess that was the issue. I don't want to redirect yet from the OAuth page because I wasn't sure what got sent. Aha! So it comes back with a setup action attribute. And it comes back with an installation ID as well. So I think there's a little bit more data we could do there, right? Like a little bit more configuration. I like the fact that it does that redirect, though. Yeah, that redirect is nice. We just need to detect the setup action search param. Yes, I agree, Ireal. Like, how was TOML not even a thing? Like, dude, TOML's been Cargo's configuration language since 2016. So it's not like TOML is new, right? Just a little bit of due diligence, and yeah, they would have just used TOML. Like, I get the point against YAML because of, like, indentation hell. TOML doesn't have that problem. But Jacob M.G. Evans does push back against TOML. Or at least he has in the past. So, I don't know. There's something to that. But okay, I do have to use the restroom. Give me a sec. I gotta pee. Oh, buddy. All right. And I'm back. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw a soda. Yeah, I know. Throwing a soda. The goal was to stay to 2. I'm gonna do a third because why not? Why not? There you go. There's the link. What time is it, by the way? It's 7 o'clock already? What the fuck? Where'd the time go? Who took the time? Wait, what about Scalp Slice? Did you take the time too? Waiting for Q3? No, I get it. That's just good business. Nobody ever sells anything in Q2. Wait, hold on. Q2, that's what? April, May, and June, right? So then Q3 is July, August, and September. Ooh, I think that's a bad idea, Code Spent. Q3. No, I was wrong. Nothing ever happens in Q3. What is happening here? Everything and nothing all at once. Are there new iPhone launches in September? Well, here's the thing. They announce them in September, but they don't ship until October. I don't know. I'm just having fun. What are we working on at the moment? We're doing... Yeah, we're losing steam for sure. But the part that we just ended up doing is on GitHub, when you manage the access that your application has to repos, You end up going to GitHub to configure like what's there, and then we redirect back to here. And it ends up having this like setup action. So we want to like listen for that setup action to do some stuff. Technically, I'm killing time until my soda is cold enough in the freezer. Fairphone and Pinephone look pretty exciting. I mean, they're pretty like... They're pretty basic, right? But that's kind of nice. Rye and Poppy? You're an Iceman yourself? Wait, what does that mean? Like you're just saying you do like rye on the rocks or whatever? It's like a seltzer water soda thing? Like is it just straight up seltzer or soda water, or does it like have flavoring in it? Okay, so there is flavoring. That makes sense. Rye and strawberry lemonade. Okay. You know, I'm not going to hate on whatever someone chooses to drink. That is not a combo I would have thought of in general. Like, how much sugar is in there? Is it actually flavored, or is it like it sat in the same room as some flavoring? Right? Is it like one of those what's that soda brand where it's like, yeah, you know, technically it's flavored, but no, it's more like it hung out in the same room as the thing it's flavored by. There's not actually anything in it. LaCroix. Yes, exactly. LaCroix doesn't have the flavoring in it. It just has a friend that's flavored that way. Yeah, someone took a lime and rubbed it on the outside of the bottle. No, no, I'm just having fun there, Chronic. Yeah, use whatever you want, man. Again, to each their own. Let people enjoy things. All right, so let me go grab this soda. I feel like it's cold enough by now. Whatever. It's a nice chilly day. It's not as hot as it was yesterday. Let's do it. All right, so yeah, let's get to the next step, and that is identifying the setup action environment variable, or not environment, sorry, query param. If we identify that, then we want to cause a fetch for some stuff. Again, we're not trying to get into some X versus Y shit, especially about pizza. Like, let people enjoy pizza. As long as it's not mod pizza. And I'm kidding, that's part of the joke. If you like mod pizza, go for it. I fucking hate it. But I'm not going to get in the way of you ordering pizza you enjoy. I make jokes. Mod pizza is mid pizza, for sure. But you know what's worse than mod pizza? No pizza. God, this album's just super good. And hold on, when is Big Sky DevCon? I keep forgetting the date. 64 days away. Damn, that's a long time. All right, so yeah. Code Girl, I'll get to meet them in person again. Pretty sure Typecraft doesn't remember me. I've never met Robbie Wagner in person. Doubtful Carson Gross remembers me. Dennis Ivey remembers me. Yeah, we're good. I don't think I've ever met Warren Buffering in person. Ken Wheeler, he's always a good time. Is that really all the speakers? Huh. I definitely should have applied. I just missed it. I missed it by like 2 weeks, and then I was gonna send a message being like, "Hey, can I get in?" And I didn't even do that because I'm lazy. But this does seem like it would be a good, fun conference, Like, where is it, by the way? Bozeman, Montana. How much is a ticket on the train? Oh, so it's not even like directly on the train line? I'm sure it's probably close enough, though. Oof, really? Here we go. Would it really be that? Dude, so you can't even do a full train there? Ugh. So Glasgow, Havre, Whitefish. I'd still be taking one hell of a train ride. Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually going. I don't know about this. No, I don't want to sit on a fucking bus for 6 hours. I'll do a train for 6 hours. I'm not doing a fucking Greyhound. Flixbus or whatever. Like, no, man. Hell no. So yeah, it looks like I'm not going to Big Sky DevCon. How is there not a train that goes basically this route? Dude, if I was gonna go to Big Sky, I might as well fucking drive. Like, what the fuck, dude? I do like the idea that I could take a train to Whitefish, which means technically if I move to Whitefish, I could take a train to Seattle. All right, so hold on. How about this? Not train, right? How about a plane? Trains, planes, and automobiles, what style? You know, looks like Alaska does it. That's not bad. Damn, for only $300, that's not bad. Shit. Okay, so I might still go. What about helicopter? Ooh, there we go. Can I go from Everett? Been meaning to do the Everett thing. No, you couldn't. Nope. It's a connecting flight. So you'd have to go from straight up Seattle to get there. which isn't like the worst deal. Yeah, I could cover 300 out of my own pocket. I don't know, maybe hit up Prime and see if he's got any like room on his floor or something. Like, how much would a hotel room be out in Bozeman? Right, at 3 nights, basically $700. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so I'd be paying $1,000 out of pocket, and then food. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. If I'd gotten a talk accepted, then work would cover it. But yeah, out of my own pocket, I don't know. I don't know. Tickets are actually really reasonably priced, though. I think. Hold on. Wait, where's the pricing now? Wait, where's the pricing now? I guess I gotta click this. There you go, code spent. Nailed it. All right, so early bird sale ends in 2 days, $99. I can't afford that, but yeah, like at $124, that'll start in like a couple days. Yeah, I don't mind covering that out of my pocket. No, yeah, Montana is like a beautiful area, for sure. It's for a single day conference. You'd get there like the day before, you'd do the event, and probably like leave the next day. So that's a 2-night stay. That's not terrible. It's totally doable. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I normally like to be able to puke in peace when I travel, but I don't know. For that event, I could vomit around other people and be fine. Here's the thing, I haven't actually gotten so shit-faced that I needed to puke in like years at this point. I don't think it's actually like that I'm consuming less whiskey. I think I'm just better at keeping it down. It does mean I'm kind of due. Yeah, touche. All right. Anyway, yeah, just wanted to think about that out loud. Let's get back to, I guess, coding. Ugh. All right, so search params.get. We got OAuth code here. What we're going to have is setup action. All right, hold on. Let's do this. Will vibe code for money? Yes, absolutely. God, like y'all saw that earlier. Fucking A16Z said in their title, Rick Rubin thinks vibe coding is the punk rock of programming because everybody plays punk rock for millions of dollars for endorsement deals. No, vibe coding is the Blink 182 of programming. Fixed it for you. Now hold on. Let's go find this. That's a banger tweet. I was gonna do a different tweet, but no, that's a banger tweet. Hold on. How do we get to it? How did we find it earlier? We were looking at this. Yeah, we clicked into that. I don't want it to play. Please don't play. Here you go. Hold on. Let's do this. Actually, fuck the Sex Pistols. What do you guys consider like foundational punk? I'm actually curious about this. I know some people would say the Sex Pistols, but technically the Sex Pistols were basically a boy band. Their record producer slash manager put them together because they saw the punk scene in the US. So I actually consider the Sex Pistols to be part of the problem. No, I'm not saying that punk is bad. I'm just saying, like, dude, Blink 182 is not punk rock. They're pop punk. As long as you make that distinction, you're good. But pop punk and punk are very fundamentally different things. You know? Shit. The Smiths are more punk than Blink 182. The Ramones? Yeah, the Ramones. I get it, right? Now, the thing about punk is that it was more of an ethos than it was a music genre. Like, watch that movie SLC Punk. It's actually super accurate. Have you heard the new Smiths album? They're terrific. That dude's still technically punk compared to, like, pop culture at the time. That dude is still punk as far as punk ethos is concerned. Right? The kid that's talking about, like, the new Smiths album, it's terrific. That's still actually punk compared to fucking Blink 182. Compared to fucking Pennywise. Dude, Pennywise and Bad Religion are barely punk. They had, like, the tone. Yeah. It's okay to like pop punk. I just want to point out that it's not punk. Punk is anti-establishment. Pop punk is a music genre. Punk is a philosophy. Pop punk is a music genre. That's the best way to think about that. You always considered Offspring punk? No, they're part of the early, like, pop punk days. I'd say Sum 41 is closer to anti-establishment than Blink 182 for sure. And yeah, to that degree, like the first Offspring album, smash for sure. But late Offspring, fuck no, dude. Offspring couldn't sell out quick enough, as far as like they're concerned. What's the fucking lyrics to their bullshit songs? Like, dude. Right? Pretty fly for a white guy? Are you fucking kidding me? There's nothing punk about that song. Ugh. Ugh. Early Green Day and early Offspring were very much pop punk. I like early Green Day. I like early Offspring. But they couldn't sell out quick enough. In general, did the punk derive from Los Angeles? No. It was about the paycheck. How many proper punk bands can we think of from LA? Maybe Fugazi? I think they were from there. Where was Fugazi from, actually? I don't like Fugazi's music, but they're at least punk. Oh, they're from DC. Yeah, like proper punk came from DC, basically. Proper punk was based in DC. Right? The Dead Boys, like a bunch of that shit. I'm not into the music. I thought the Dead Boys fucking sucked. The Misfits? Where were the Misfits from? Were they from LA? I thought they were from like the Midwest. Oh, from Jersey. Yeah, no, right? No, that's proper punk. Right? Like, can you name an actual proper punk band from LA? Okay, X. Nah, I'm not into X, but I guess they could be considered. Social Distortion, boy, they suck. Bad Religion, boy, they suck. No Effects? Is No Effects from LA? No way. They did form in LA. All right, it's all right. No Effects gets a pass. They're actually proper punk. All right, all right. No Effects. There we go. We found a proper punk band from LA. Okay. All right. I stand corrected. Fishbone? Fishbone's proper punk. Yeah, for sure. And yes, I know, technically Bad Religion probably does count. I fucking hate Social Distortion, though. Does anyone here actually consider Social Distortion even punk? You've never heard of Social Distortion? Lucky. That's the story of my life. Right, hold on. No, I gotta plug my nose while I sing it. That's the story of my life. There we go. Nailed it. I'm the singer of Social Distortion now. Tomato, tomato. No offense to anyone out here who actually does like Social Distortion. I just fucking hate them. I'd say Rancid was kind of proper punk to a point. Ish. I don't know where they were from, though. But yeah, hold on. How do we feel about this one? Rancid, is that where they're from? Berkeley, California? Sounds about right, actually. Black shoes, black hat, Cadillac. The boys a time bomb. Like, yeah, they're more like, yeah, fashion over substance, in my opinion. I don't even know that song. Was that a Rancid song? Diamonds and Guns? Mr. Faberdev, you're talking about that one, the Danzig song, Mother? Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. Right? He's basically Roy Orbison. What up, Omacorn? How you doing? Danzig. Yeah, the band Danzig did Mother, right? Yeah, founding member of the Misfits. Yep. What they mean, what they say, Mother. Like, dude, it's like, it's a fun song, but I don't know, it's kind of bullshitty too. It's a good song. Glenn Danzig just sucks as a person. Let me put it that way. Fuck that asshole. He's bitter because he's not as big as Elvis. Evil band? I wouldn't say evil. No. If anything, they're kind of posers. They're more about the visual aesthetic than they are fucking actually being punk, you know? I'd just say they're fucking posers. The Stooges are actually proto-punk. Yeah, Iggy Pop is probably the godfather of punk, if we really want to call it that. Okay, I get it, Omacorn. Yeah, for sure, right? Dude, like, one of the best moments in SLC punk is, like, towards the end where it's like, why can't you just be into punk? Why do you gotta wear the uniform? Why you gotta wear the fucking uniform? You can be punk and still wear a suit, dude. Like, not literally what they're saying, but yeah, like, dude, you can still be punk. You don't gotta wear the fucking uniform. And let me just point out, Umacorn. Yeah, look at that asshole. Look at that conformist piece of shit. Look at that fucking conformist wearing the uniform of kid that listens to Korn. Obviously, I listen to Korn in that photo, right? But you know what? You don't have to wear the uniform to be proper fucking anti-pop, you know? Primus vibes instead. I am the anti-pop. But I don't gotta wear the fucking uniform. That's fine. Listen to whatever you want, man. I don't give a shit. But you don't gotta wear the uniform. I think that's the important bit. And yeah, a bunch of these bands, T-Rex, right? Velvet Underground, they are somewhat proper punk for their day. But we really got to think about, like, when did punk properly start, you know? Yeah, it's probably the Stooges, man. I think Stooges are like the prototype punk band, which is kind of interesting. Right? Some people would say the Ramones. I'd say the Stooges. I don't know C++. I would point out that you can't put a cost on like your spine. So the chair's probably worth it. Which one did you get though? Did you get the Embody or did you get the Mira 2? Or the Aeron? I feel like the Aeron would have been more expensive though. Oh, you got an Aeron for only 14 hundo? Dude, that's a solid deal. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, no, that's a solid deal for an Aeron. I think the Embody is a bad deal. I think the Mira 2 is a good, like, middle ground. Yeah, no, I know, I get that. Yeah, I believe Surly, he's saying he got it brand new for 14 hundo. That's a pretty solid deal for an Aeron. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not sure. That's the tough part. Yeah, I don't know. That's why you never pay with PayPal. I don't know if you know this, but yeah, you should never pay for anything with PayPal. Do it with a credit card, and then you can charge back via the credit card, and you're done. PayPal has way less protections. Surly, just check Craigslist, dude. Dude, Surly, check Craigslist. Oh, C++, that's why you canceled because you could find something cheaper. Yeah, yeah, that's the rough part. But here's the thing, if you buy it used, you don't get the warranty. So C++, look at it this way. For 14 hundo, you got yourself a 10-year warranty. 10 years. Well, if they charge you, then you're good. If they don't charge you, then you got a free chair. But just recognize, like a 10-year warranty. It's like you're paying 140 bucks a year. That's a really fucking good deal for a chair. In general, don't skimp on things that separate you from the ground. That means shoes, that means tires on your car, that means your mattress, that means the chair that you sit in 8 hours a day at the bare minimum, at the bare minimum. Like, don't skimp on things that separate you from the ground. No, and I get it, C++. I think you're gonna really like the chair. If they ask you to send it back because you canceled, well, yeah, do it and then buy the used one. But it does mean that over the course of time, you may have to buy a second one sooner than you would have had to buy a second. Or sooner than the 10-year warranty would have expired. Yeah, I mean, that's on you, man. I don't know, man. I have no advice to give you. This is on you. You got to make decisions. Yeah. So the thing that you missed out on is this is why you never do a big purchase with PayPal. Your credit card company would allow you to dispute that shit, no problem, no questions asked. PayPal, you just threw a middleman into everything. Good luck. It really, really, really depends. They're nowhere near as good as credit card companies are with chargebacks. But yeah, dude, this title upsets me, man. This fucking title upsets me to no end. Vibe coding is the punk rock of software. Maybe he just means that the less talented people do it. You're right, because it requires way less talent. No, I haven't had that problem C++. I've also never gotten lucky with the whole I ordered one hard drive and they sent me 20 kind of thing. Omicorn, maybe you're not aware, Rick Rubin got paid by Anthropic to vibe code some software. He ended up building some like VSTs and some other bullshit. But he got paid by Anthropic. Probably millions of dollars to shell their shit. There's nothing punk about that. Dude got paid a bag because he's actually a shit producer these days that doesn't do anything of relevance. We went and looked at it earlier, too. Right? We went and looked at it earlier. He did some really good shit back in the day. Nowadays, gross. Imagine Dragons, Lil Uzi Vert, Travis Scott. Fucking gross. Red Hot Chili Peppers? Yeah, you mean Prune Rock? Yeah. Prune Rock. All this dude produces these days is Prune Rock, like The Strokes, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Santana. And then bullshit, like Lil Uzi Vert and Travis Scott. Like, dude. Yeah, why is anyone listening to Rick Rubin these days? I mean, more power to him. Get that bag, get that paycheck. But no, people should not be listening to what Rick Rubin does. Like, Imagine Dragons. As people, they might be really fucking cool. And I love the fact that, like, the lead singer guy had the Palestine flag, like, at the end of their last show or whatever. Like, that was cool of them. I hate their fucking music. Right? I've had a long fucking day and I hate Imagine Dragons. You know, like. Ugh. The people might be really nice. I'm sure the singer of Imagine Dragons is really cool. I just don't like their music. Oh, you know Imagine Dragons. They had that one song, Radioactive, that was good. Right? Like, I feel it in my soul. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know the lyrics, right? That song's okay. That one song is okay. Every single other thing they've done, ugh. Blah, 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 blah. You know the song. Yeah, you know it. I didn't even have to do the rest of the song. You knew it. No, it's corporate rock. No, Radioactive was okay, right? If it didn't get overplayed, you'd be okay with it, right? Don't blame a band for getting overplayed. I'd have to hate Tool for Stinkfist playing on like indie radio stations every 5 minutes too. Stinkfist is still a solid song. But in 1998, you couldn't escape Stinkfist. Maybe 97. Still a good song. It's maybe one of the worst ones on the album, but it's still a good song. It's just that good of an album. Oh, that's fine, Lightspeed. I get it. I get it. I'm sure that's how like At the Drive-In fans felt about One Arm Scissor. They're just wrong. It's a good song. They're just fucking wrong. One Arm Scissor's a fucking great song. So wait, Rick Rubin got into an argument with Corey Taylor. Hold on, who's Corey Taylor? All right, real quick, I do have to pee. Let me go get my ice machine going, and I'm gonna do another. I'm gonna do another soda. Fuck it. Slipknot dude. Oh, okay. He's the vocalist from Slipknot. Oh, okay, okay, sure. Corey Taylor called Rick Rubin lazy. It was like 20 years ago. It's just as relevant as it's ever been. No, that's a timeless fucking comment. Yeah, it's about when Korn was selling out too, right? No offense, Omicorn. But it's about when Korn sold out too, yeah? What album do you consider to be Korn's, like, sellout album? I don't think there's any dispute that they did, but which album do you consider to be the one? Korn doesn't have the best looking mic stands? You know what their mic stands look like? Huh. Okay. All right. I don't even know, man. All right. I'll have to take your word for it. I have no idea. Like, I don't know. Like, I'll just have to take your word for it, man. See, yeah, I have no idea, man. I'm pretty sure that was after I considered them sellouts. Path to Totality. They made an album called Path to Totality? Dude, I wrote them off way before that. I consider Follow the Leader to be the album they sold out on. Oh, Code Spent. They wanted to be a household name. At one point, they considered getting to, like, #1 on TRL to be, like, a major goal. To me, that's just the fucking definition of sellout. Now, keep in mind, I do like the Tool song, right? Dipshit, I sold my soul to make a record. And then you bought what? So I get it. I understand, but no. Korn sold the fuck out. I'm like, nah, man. Not a fan. No, thank you. Wanting success, they were already successful. You don't need to be #1 on TRL to be successful. And the compromising of their, like music at that point. Ugh. Pretty gross. Adhering to sales more than art. That's your line? Literally wanting to be #1 on TRL is that. I'm not I'm really curious how you think those aren't the same thing. I don't know. Whatever. We can disagree. I'm okay with that. But to me, no, they are not, like, exclusive whatsoever. You want to be popular enough to be #1 on TRL? Yeah, you're going to sell out your sound to do so. That's the name of the game. But it is one of those things, right? Like, selling out is subjective. Never saw a loss in the art form? Dude. Really? Shit. Hold on. What was the name of the album that had Adidas on it? Consider that versus Follow the Leader. Completely different albums. Right? Self-titled. Like, you know, completely different from Follow the Leader, but that was their first one. Yeah. I don't think variation means deviation from art. To the point, right? Tool, their first two albums they released as heavy as possible so that they could get a fucking record deal. And then they made their passion projects, right? Oh, Metallica, major fucking sellouts. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, fuck those assholes. Here's something that I like to think, right? Do you think Les Claypool was ever given the chance, like, dude, just hire another singer and boom, right? Like, we will bankroll your next album, just maybe change your name or something, and you're good to go, right? We'll get you a record, like, you know, a radio friendly singer, and you're set, right? Boom, Primus to the moon. 1000% someone pitched that shit to him. 1000%, dude. Did he do it? No, because he's fucking Les Claypool. He's got enough money, you know? He'd rather just be him. It was never a single goal of Les Claypool's to get number one on TRL. Wasn't even something he considered possible, but never a goal, nothing he would shoot for, nothing he would compromise his music for. So much so that the album around that time was called Anti-Pop. Run against the grain till the day I drop. He did audition for Metallica, absolutely. When you say after Newsted left, wait, hold on. Who's Newsted? I know there's like the Metallica bassist that died. That's not the same thing, right? Cliff Burton or whatever, right? Jason Newsted. Who the fuck is Jason Newsted? No, Les Claypool was never in the running after this point. No, he was no. Les Claypool auditioned for Metallica in like the early 90s or whatever when Cliff Burton died. Or technically like probably 87, right? Or 86. He totally auditioned for Metallica. I think it's a good thing he didn't make it because number one, it wouldn't have been the same vibe, right? To take the place of Cliff Burton. Like, no, Les Claypool is a totally different kind of bassist. Yeah, died in a car accident. Yep. Yeah, so when Cliff died, Les Claypool auditioned and they turned him down. Because I think technically he's a totally different vibe, and if they had accepted him, Primus never would have happened, basically. So I'm glad they said no. Because I just think, yeah, less is better on his own. Less is more.
Wait, which part, CodeSpan? What part are you trying to ban me for? Oh, the less is more line? Okay, no, I get it. Touche. Yeah, I'm curious what Chesko's talking about. Yeah, Chesko and Codeplex. What's up, guys? Codeplex we recognize. Chesko, I don't know. Account created 27 minutes ago. I can't blink enough at that. I can't mash the X key to doubt nearly fast enough. And I'm really good at pressing, like, controller keys very quickly. Ooh, look at how fast I can press that button. Woo! Dude, my shutter speed can't even keep up. Okay, so Codeplex. This is actually a decent question. Even though you were engaging a possible troll, is that troll you? You don't follow. Questionable. Questionable. Were you just arguing with yourself? Were you just arguing with a bot you created 30 minutes ago? But I'll at least engage the one comment, even though your lack of a follow makes me want to ignore. Yeah, it's a thing Twitch does. But man, I only look when it's a bit deserved. Like, okay, what the fuck is this person saying? That's when I look. Twitch does drop follows every once in a while. They totally do it. Like, I got a bunch of fucking bot follows on my channel because of, like, some scammer bullshit. Like, technically, we should only be around, like, 25K. Not 50K. I can't do anything about it. I wish Twitch would figure that shit out and drop those follows. I'd be okay with only being 25,000 followers. I'd be fine with that. But okay, so Git submodules versus subtrees versus work trees. Submodules and subtrees both fucking suck. Oh, they're the worst. Right? Like, just juggling those things and trying to, like, keep them up to date and all that. Like, dude, submodules suck from a consumer standpoint. Subtrees, I forget even the use case for a subtree. Work trees are actually really nice. A work tree, you can think of a work tree as I'm maybe in the middle of a PR, right? Of like my own code that's doing a thing, but I have a pull request pushed up. Do I want to go through the process of stashing my current stuff or committing it and then switching branches and then fixing the thing that my PR like had a comment about? Or do I want to start a work tree that just fixes the thing that someone made a comment about, and I push that up to the branch that's relevant, and I don't have to do anything to juggle my current changes in my local? Work trees are basically just taking your repository and cloning it to an ephemeral folder elsewhere, making your changes there, and pushing or committing them up separately without having to change your local working changes. I think work trees have major value. I think submodules and subtrees fucking suck. They're a really, really, really bad experience. So, did that answer your question there, Codeplex? Hopefully you weren't in the middle of an ad or some bullshit. In general, submodules, and I don't even remember what subtrees are for, but submodules are you have a Git repo as a child, dependency-wise, of another Git repo. But keeping them in sync is a bunch of bullshit. In general, reaching for submodules, you should probably be in a monorepo. If you're not in a monorepo, well then, yes, submodules are just some shit you got to deal with. Multi-repo setups in general kind of suck. I can understand why they're a little bit better, right? And even submodules have the same problem, because you're going to deal with like the CI/CD aspect of these things, and you need a like dedicated DevOps person to solve multi-repo and submodule problems. Or sorry, no, like those same problems you have by splitting them, you would then have in your CI/CD that you need a dedicated DevOps person to solve in a monorepo aspect of things. Because you don't want to have to rebuild every single package within a monorepo when you only change one, right? So that's where multi-repo and submodules might be better from purely the CI/CD perspective, but they suck from a developer's perspective. So the general idea is you're taking the problems that your monorepo would have in CI/CD and you're shifting those to the developer on their own machine if you don't do the monorepo. There are companies that do it, but it sucks every time. If you're in one of those things, you're not in a position to change it. Which means that, yes, we do have a tool at GitKraken called the GitKraken CLI that does solve multi-repo problems. I haven't set up a submodule to do it that way yet, but I should. So at GitKraken, we are building something that might make multi-repo setups and submodule setups better to work with. But we don't have enough like perspective on the submodule problem yet. If, like Codeplex, hold on. Do you deal with submodules at work? Would you like to hop on a call in which, yeah, maybe I put in some work to create like a submodule setup a little better to where you don't have to show work stuff, but you can like help work with our CLI tool and let me know about your experience with it and blah, blah, blah. That'd be cool. Right now, the multi-repo demo like repositories I have set up are just about multi-repo without being submodules, but I should probably set up a submodule thing. Would you be willing to hop on a call to fiddle with that to let me know what we could do better? If so, send me a message over on Discord. And I'll send you a link so you can set up a call and we can figure it out. But yeah, hold on. Bones, you gotta go. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for hanging out. We're chilling. And Omicorn, story of your life. Is that you making like a cheeky reference to social distortion? Because I was talking shit earlier. Because I fucking hate social distortion. So, CodeSpin, you use submodules purely for content. Okay. So before our eventual call, CodeSpin, I should make the submodule thing part of the multi-repo setup. So it's easier to like prove out the problem. Ooh, Codeplex. Like, honestly, I'd be really, really, really curious if you want to hop into a call about that. Please send me a message over on Discord. I can't force you, but I will get you a link and we can set up a call without having to do any of your work stuff so you don't leak anything. But yeah, CodeSpent, you're basically saying, yes, I should absolutely have like some submodule stuff set up. All right. Yeah, I can work on that. But Rick Rubin. Like, let's actually look at the stuff he's done. Dude, he actually just kind of sucks. Dude, no, he just actually kind of sucks. Yeah, he's not. He's not winning any extra points from me. Now I see what you're saying, Lightspeed. Yeah, you're totally right, dude. Like, ugh. He did do delouse in the comatorium. Okay. That album is mixed really fucking well, actually. All right, touche. He did a really good job, right? Like, did a really good job producing delouse in the comatorium. Then steal this album, okay. With how many albums this dude produced, the fact that he's only got like 5 good ones, that's a problem, right? That's a fucking problem, right? For having a career that spans 50 fucking years, and there's a handful of good albums. Yeah, Rick Rubin. Yeah, for sure, Zorg. Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg in the house. How you doing? Rick Rubin, not my favorite. Any good record producer would have asked about the little red button. Yeah, how you doing, Zorg? What you up to? No. So Red Hot Chili Peppers, no, they had some good shit, right? Blood, sugar, sex, magic, whatever, right? Hold on, let's just double check it, right? Right? Blood, sugar, sex, magic. What hits? I don't know about that one. Ugh. 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 I'm dying here, man. We're looking at it right now of stuff he's produced, Zorg. License to Ill. Okay. Meh. No, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Sure. Yeah, I'm not a big Slayer fan, but he did do a lot of Slayer. If you like Slayer, all right, cool. All right. Yeah, like Danzig, I guess that was like the one good Danzig album, maybe. Like, sure. Is that the one that had Mother on it? But like he fell off really heavy. Like, here's the thing. Look at what he's done lately. Why is anyone listening to this fucking dude? Like, look at what he did during the fucking 2010s. Why is anyone listening to this fucking dude? Yeah, Imagine Dragons. Like, dude, he's like the Imagine Dragons record producer. That should be all you need to know. They might be really nice people. I just hate their fucking music. You know? Like, dude. Besides that one song, I still like Radioactive. I'm okay with Radioactive. I don't care. You can judge me for it. I think Radioactive is a good song in a vacuum, without considering anything else about the band or anything around like how often it got played. I think it's a decent song. I'm okay. I get judged all the time. I'm a Twitch streamer. Duh. But if you consider Radioactive in a vacuum, it's all right. Do I like Linkin Park? Some of their first stuff, I wasn't a big fan. It's another one of those things where, like, dude, Chester might be a really fucking awesome human being. I just didn't like his music. You'll pretty much... No, you will never hear me play a Linkin Park song. It's not stuff I listen to. Did he produce Kanye's old shit? I don't know, man. I have no idea. Looks like it, I guess. Like, none of this stuff in his discography is stuff I actually like. Dude, I fucking hate Smashing Pumpkins. I don't like Billy Corgan. Like, again, nothing against the people that make this music. I just don't like the music. Kid Rock? Josh Groban? No, Kanye was an amazing fucking producer. Kanye did some really, really, really good tracks for other people. right? Common wouldn't exist without Kanye. Common's best songs were Kanye-produced songs. And Common's rapping over them was okay. Yeah, I will forever stand by the fact that Kanye is actually a really good producer. He just doesn't produce anything anymore. Yeah, right? Like, look at it this way. There was that Dave Chappelle show episode that Common is doing like that rap song, and Kanye's in there in the video. He produced that whole backing track and all that shit. Like, Kanye's a legit producer, at least back in the day. Now he's a shit human being and terrible fucking rapper. But no, yeah, Kanye was a legit producer. Maybe not like mixing wise, but beat wise. And I think that's like the big thing to shout out. Like, yeah, not many people know that Kanye was actually a producer at that point. He was a producer way before he made it famous. Back when producers actually like could make money. It's basically the same era as like the and another one guy or whatever, right? Compare Kanye to that fucking dude. He's fucking Beethoven at that point. And another one. Yeah, that fucking asshole. Ooh, and here we go. Todd Libby. Responding to my tweet, right? Yes, we all remember the Ramones and Dead Kennedys getting paid by Big Music to put out their first album, right? With Rick Rubin saying vibe coding is the new punk rock or whatever, is the punk rock of programming. What the fuck does Rick Rubin know about punk rock? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Right? Looking at his fucking discography, not a goddamn thing. When did Rick Rubin even do any punk rock? Never. Not a goddamn thing. Why are we listening to that dude to talk about, like, what punk rock is? Like, come on, man. But Todd Libby chimes in. Classic example of someone with zero talent stumbling backwards into boatloads of money just for telling people what they want to hear. I need to get into that racket. But yeah, dude, like, look at Rick Rubin. What fucking punk rock chops does this dude have? None. Like, zero. Absolutely fucking zero. Why would you listen to his definition of what punk rock is? Codeplex, were albums a way to shovel things down our throats for 1 to 2 good songs? Well, here's the thing. Just because 1 or 2 songs make it on the radio doesn't mean that you should judge that band by that. Because for most of those bands, their best songs were the B-sides anyway. Like, let's really, really, really think about that. The best bands would have 2 singles from their album, but the entire album was a cut. Like Deftones' Around the Fur or Deftones' Adrenaline. 2 songs were famous from those albums, but they're actually wall-to-wall bangers. At the Drive-In Relationship of Command, One Arm Scissor was the radio song, but oh my god, that album is like wall-to-wall bangers. It's about a vibe, right? So not everything satisfies the vibe that the radio song gives you. Yeah, Mars Volta, Deloused in the Comatorium. That's one of the ones that Rick Rubin did that I would point out as like, okay, no. Did the dude do some really good shit? Yes. Would Deloused in the Comatorium have been good no matter who produced it? Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. Right? So some albums are gonna be good regardless of who produces them. Right? How much do we think Rick Rubin actually had artistically? Like, how much impact do we think he had artistically on Deloused in the Comatorium? Right? No, those dudes had a fucking... They had a thing they wanted to make, and it was gonna get made. The producer was just a fucking stepping stone. Like, it's especially true for concept albums like that, right? Like, does anyone know who produced that one, The Who album, that was a fucking, like, rock opera? No, because you don't need to fucking care. The Who made that album, not the record producer. Yeah, he was a babysitter. He was keeping the lead singer guy from doing too much heroin. Which is a job in and of itself. Sure. Yeah, he's a glorified project manager. Or product manager. Yeah, exactly their Lightspeed. Touche. It's not an easy job, you know. So more power to Rick Rubin for keeping any semblance of sanity in that record studio. But don't give him the full credit, right? He's not a fucking band member at that point. All right, so we're going late here on stream. Yeah, we're totally going late. Damn it, I was actually planning on this being like an earlier stream and I would get some shit done. Like over on a co-working stream. We're still going to get shit done over on co-working stream. I actually just plan to be doing so by now already. Yeah, whatever. Meh, whatever. Here's the craziest part, dude. Like, I'm getting more engagement on LinkedIn and Blue Sky than Twitter's giving me. For what I think is a banger fucking tweet, dude. Do we think Big Anthropic is pushing back right now? I think Big Anthropic is pushing back. They phoned up Elon. Hey, Elon, bury this tweet, man. I get it. All right. I see how it is, Anthropic. But yeah, later, Mr. Faberdev. Have a good night. All right, anyone here that uses Twitter, I need your help. They're trying to bury this shit. The big Rick Rubin fucking contingent is out here burying this tweet. I need your help making it bigger. 116 views in an hour? Come on. Now we know that Elon's an investor in Anthropic. Rick Rubin. What the fuck does Rick Rubin know about fucking punk? Dude, he never knew punk rock. Dude was never punk rock. He simply produced a couple like underground hip hop albums before hip hop became mainstream. That's it. He got paid probably millions of dollars by Anthropic to vibe code some shit. Codeplex, maybe you're missing the thing. Rick Rubin is saying this because he got paid by Anthropic to do so. He got a fat fucking paycheck from Anthropic to do some bullshit. But yeah, thank y'all for giving it a little bit of love. I just gotta chime back in. Like, what the fuck does Rick Rubin know about punk rock? Nothing, dude. He might be a really nice dude. I'm not talking about him personally. I'm just saying, like, what the fuck does he know about punk rock? Sell out with me. Oh yeah, sell out with me tonight. The AI company is gonna give me lots of money and everything's gonna be all right. Yeah, real big fish. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, real big fish are solid, right? I love the fact that they did the song for basketball, right? I guess I'll have myself a beer. And yeah, Epic Gamer, thank you. Thank you for all that. Thank you for the follow and the likes and all that shit. Hell yeah. It's just so insane to me that there's such a larger audience on Twitter, but I'm getting better engagement on smaller platforms. Dude, Twitter fucking sucks these days, man. Like, Elon just needs to take a step back and collect his fucking dividends. Just make that money and get out of the fucking public eye, dude. Like, everything he does ruins every company he's involved with. Just buy shit, own it, and step out of the way. Sergeant Pepper, if you're still on Twitter, that reply, right? The sell out, that'd be a solid reply. Totally up to you. Dude, I'm getting these fucking histamine bumps. I didn't used to have any allergies, but now every once in a while, when I drink the whiskey and I got the window open, these like random little bumps pop up. And it's definitely like histamines, right? Like, it's like allergy shit. It's just itchy skin, which I can deal with. I'm lucky that my allergies are just that. But I didn't used to have any allergies. Like, I grew up with 0 allergies. Like, what the fuck? Where'd this shit come from, man? Anyone else develop allergies, like, later in life? So annoying. An allergy to work. Ooh, there you go. Touche. I believe that's just called being human. Humans weren't meant to work. You want to know what's crazy? 14th century peasants had more vacation time than we do. Right? Their fucking like lords and ladies would give them months of time off. I mean, Sergeant Pepper, we are modern peasants. Do you really not consider yourself a modern peasant? You sweet summer child. Different name, same game. Yeah, exactly. We're just temporarily embarrassed billionaires. Obviously. So yeah, hold on. Let me go pee. I gotta pee. BRB. Lightspeed. I don't know, man. I think you can still work in this industry. Show us your portfolio. Show us projects you've worked on. What are you building while you're lurking here and chatting with us? Because it should be something. We got a Discord channel. Reach out. Have people critique what you're building. Okay, so Lightspeed, you're in Utah? Utah is actually in like a major renaissance. So I don't want to look at it right now, and I don't know if you're okay with leaking your name, etc. here live. I can delete that if you want. But we do have a Discord channel, right? If you want me to delete that, just say so. Okay. So you're in California. Okay, you're fine with leaking. I just want to make sure, man. So what kind of roles are you looking for? I don't normally do any of this kind of critique. But fuck it. It's 9 o'clock on a Thursday. Why not? Oof. Yeah, you're fucking up right there, Lightspeed. Don't put all your eggs in any basket. Early career, you need to be a generalist. Do not focus on one specific thing, especially fucking Flutter. Maybe, dude. Like, just look up how many Flutter jobs there are in the world. Dude. You absolutely fucked yourself by hitching yourself to the bandwagon of some fucking tech. Be a generalist. Be adaptable. Don't be a specialist for a tech that has less than 1,000 jobs worldwide. I don't know, man. I gotta be a little harsh. Flutter's a fine piece of technology. There just aren't jobs for it. So this is not an X versus Y. This is about, like, what do you think you're employable as? Right? Supply and demand. A little bit. Nah, I get that. Nah, there was a dude, Kurt Kemple? Kurt. Maybe it was Hempel? Nah, this is the dude. Nah, this is that dude. Kurt Kemple. He absolutely has content about him being less employable as a fucking felon or whatever, right? This dude made it work. I would say, if you're willing, reach out to him. Worst case scenario, he says no. Second worst case scenario, you get ignored. Send a message, man. Just send him a message. Be like, hey, I have a criminal record. What can I do better? No, this dude won't call the cops. Shit. I'm just going to point out, like, tech is a good choice. Flutter is not. Like, just run the numbers. How many Flutter jobs are available in the world? You're competing with all those people, right? How many Flutter devs exist and how many Flutter jobs exist? It's supply and demand, man. Do not hitch your wagon to something like that early career. That's a terrible fucking idea. Be a generalist early in your career. The thing I was going to point out there, Lightspeed, is your landing page sucks. There's nothing on your landing page that tells me who you are. I just see your name, the software engineer title, and a bunch of social shit. There's nothing on your homepage that tells me about you. Do you think recruiters and HR people are clicking any of these fucking links? No. They might load up the web page, and that's it. Your homepage sucks, dude. Lightspeed, seriously, your homepage fucking sucks. There's nothing on your homepage that tells me about you. I make web and mobile apps. Do you think people are going to click that? Or could you show them something before they have to click anything? I mean, dude, don't copy Rox. Rox has never worked for a major company. He's been an intern, and that's it. Don't copy Rox. Rox doesn't fucking know how to get hired at a real job. That dude's clueless. He was an intern, and then he did the indie hacker thing. Don't listen to Rox. Don't copy Rox. You're fucking up, dude. What the fuck are you doing copying Rox? Dude, come on, man. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, that dude hasn't had a legitimate job his entire life. Don't copy Rox. He's a really nice dude. I like Rox. He's a very good person. That dude hasn't held down a proper fucking job his entire career. Don't copy what he does. Come on, man. Dude. 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 Jesus, dude. I don't know, man. You gotta take a critical eye to all this shit. How didn't you doubt that the moment you were doing it? You gotta take a critical eye to yourself more so than other people. But you gotta be critical of other people too. Like, come on, Lightspeed. Don't copy my fucking portfolio either. Not a single job I've ever gotten has clicked into my fucking blog. So don't copy what I'm doing. My resume speaks louder than my fucking portfolio. If you don't have a resume that speaks louder than your portfolio, then make your portfolio speak for you. But that means don't listen to people who have a better resume. Don't listen to people that have never worked at another fucking company. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not trying to fucking yell at you. Sorry. I'm getting worked up. But dude, you need to be way more self-critical. What would someone seeing your website discern from it? Nothing. Because it's empty. There's nothing on that page. If you're expecting someone to click more buttons, you're fucking up. They're not going to click more buttons. They're not going to do it. Right? Think about UX. Every single button click in an e-commerce store is like a 10% fall off of sales. Right? And in e-commerce, you're dealing with maybe a 3% click-through rate for a sale anyway. 10% of that means you're down at 2.7. 10% of that means you're down at fucking 2.0. 10% of that, right? Like, dude. Look at it from an e-commerce perspective. Every single click is a cost. Dude, scrolling is cheaper than clicking. 1000%. I'm not sure what metrics you've ever seen. People are way more willing to scroll than click. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, what numbers are you citing where, like, a scroll is more expensive than a click? I'd be really curious about the numbers you have to back that up. If you don't have numbers to back it up, well, then there's your problem. People are far more willing to scroll than click. HR doesn't give a shit. HR wants data. The more data you present with the least amount of interaction, the more value. I see people fuck up their portfolios all the time. We had Doruk in here earlier too, and their page fucking sucked. They were doing scroll hijacking, not even giving us the information we needed on the things that they were hijacking for. Like, nah, man. Do the lazy thing. Show me all the info. Don't make me click a thing to find more. Every single click you require is reducing the amount of people that are actually going to be willing to, like, see that info. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. You should really, 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 really look up user experience stuff. That's fine code spent, but dude, Lightspeed doesn't have that luxury. Right? Like Lightspeed, you might be listening to people who are clueless as well. Like Lightspeed, didn't I already like push you towards the resume review guy, right? The headhunter, like headless headhunter? Did you show him your resume yet? I could have sworn you were one of the people I pushed that way. Did you actually have him review your resume yet? Have him look at your homepage. I don't know, man. Like, dude, don't blame the industry when you're not putting in the effort. Yeah, Tetris and Snake are a bad idea too, Lightspeed. Nah, man. What can you do for a business? What have you built business-wise? What applications would you be doing at a company? What is on your portfolio that would be towards those same ends? If nothing, we'll build some of that shit. Right? Worry about that more so than whatever you were worrying about the other day. Okay, man. I don't know, dude. Like, you model it after Rox's page. What the fuck? Like, dude. I'm pretty sure Rox would call you an idiot for doing that. Rox would say, what the fuck? All right, so let's think about where we're at. I know, it's late enough. I should get some food in my belly. I should get some work stuff done. And stop yelling at my viewers. But some of them need it. Some of y'all need to be yelled at, you know? Like, it feels like nobody cares enough to yell at you. You need someone who cares enough to yell at you. Lightspeed, I don't know. That's what your portfolio is. Like, why not just make a single page of text? What the fuck? You're asking me that question. That's what I'm asking you. That is literally what I'm asking you. I don't need the sparkly dark light thing in the upper left corner. I don't need the fucking hamburger menu. Where is your single page of text? Whatever happened to that, man? Why are you asking me that question? You should be asking yourself that question. What the fuck, dude? Don't ask me, ask yourself. I'm like, dude, Lightspeed. Like, seriously, where's the disconnect here? Yes, I want another soda. All right, we're going late tonight. Whatever. But man, all right, all that yelling. Well, now I need to relax a bit. How do I do that? More whiskey? Dude, Lightspeed, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen, which means I should still be a little sorry about it, but you know, thank you, Bob. Yes. The fact that I do dad jokes are justified because I do the harsh criticism thing. It comes from a place of, I don't know, love is too strong. I don't like you overusing the word love. But it comes from a place of meaning well. Right? Like, I'm one of those assholes that I won't even tell a girlfriend I love her until like a couple years. Well, maybe 6 months, depending. It depends. Right? I don't like to overuse the word love. But I will tell you what I feel from the heart. Doesn't mean I'm going to be the nicest person about it, but it's probably what you needed to hear. But yes, could I be nicer? Absolutely. Should I be nicer? Well, that's a little more up in the air. There are, like, I think the big thing to point out is that when you are too nice, people don't take you seriously. So sometimes I'm harsh for effect. And then sometimes I'm just being me. Yeah, I get it, Codespin, for sure. I mean, I think you and I both know that my harshness is not always that nice. I'd rather be too harsh and then apologetic than not harsh enough and it didn't land. I will opt for harsher than softer pretty much every chance I get because it will land better. Especially here on stream. I feel like just if I say it with too much of a smile, people think I'm kidding. No, and I get that, Cosman, for sure. For sure. My point being that, like, I can be way too harsh. And we'll leave it at that. No need to go deeper. For every 3 external harshities, I believe that's a word, or if not, we made it up, right? If nicety is a word, harshity is also a word. We do 1 internal. Oh, yeah. No. I definitely tweeted about that at one point, like, and someone read way far into it, right? I talked about self-hate. I consider self-hate, right? The word hate to mean like our haters hating us. It's not like they hate us so much that it's like absolute pure hatred. No, they're haters, right? You can take their level of hatred, which isn't pure hate, and apply it to yourself and still like, okay, gain something from it. But it's not like, dude, when I said the word self-hate, there was at least 2 or 3 people that were like, oh, whoa, that's way too harsh, dude. Like, oh my God, like, no, nothing justifies self-hate. Like, oh my God, you people are the fucking problem. Any internal criticism is automatically hate in like the harshest term, like the harshest definition of hate. No, man, I mean hate like my haters. I have haters. I know this for a fact. We all have haters. As streamers, I have even more. They don't hate me like it's their only fucking mission in life to hate me. It's hate as in like hate. Just they talk shit, you know? They could never talk as much shit as I talk to myself. Does that mean that I don't like me? No. Come on. Yes, we need to be adversarial. We need to take the same critical lens we apply to other people and apply it to ourselves. It's a vector for self-improvement. That's a good way of looking at it. Abso-fucking-lutely. But if you don't turn that critical eye, right? In general, when we talk about hate in the modern world, we're talking about criticism. Oh, you're being critical of someone? Oh, you're hating. Oh, you're just a hater. Right? We don't mean it literally to mean hate. But yeah, how's it going? Fine is fine. Hey, oh shit. Well, yeah, good day. Fine is fine. What were you up to? Damn it. Well, now I just gotta keep streaming. Sneak attack. Yeah, you snuck right in. Yeah, you donkey punched me with that one. Shit. What were you up to on your stream? And I'm not even sure I'm aware of your stream, so let me do this. Yeah, what do you do on your stream? Making stuff, I guess. Ooh, one after my own heart. You're making a game. Awesome. Trying out a whole bunch of new stuff. Tech artist by career, indie dev by choice. Okay, sweet. What does that mean then? Like, what are you building? And yeah, I just gave you a follow, I think. Hold on, let me double check. Pretty sure. Yeah, totally. All right, cool. Just making sure. Making stuff, I guess, V2 final. Underscore Finn is fine. Yeah, no, welcome. Like, I don't do game dev here yet. If I can just make enough money to sustain myself off of like some bullshit software as a service stuff, then I'll make a game. Realistic surrealist. Those two things are at odds with each other. Okay. I mean, okay. Like a vivid fever dream. Ooh, that's a good way of understanding that. Ooh, I think CodeSmet just nailed it then, huh? Like a photorealistic hallucination? I guess it makes sense in my head, but it still doesn't. That is a solid album name. Touche. So yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. I mean, if Incubus had gotten at least like another album or two out of their belt, yeah, sure, why not? Like filtered through a shortwave radio. You're on a shortwave radio. Boom, boom, boom. You're on a shortwave, whoa, radio. It's a different song, but I think it fits. You feel the hot wind on your modem. I'm trying to think of the next lyric, but my brain's going to something not safe for work. If you're not aware, hold on. I was making a reference to the song Mexican Radio by Wall of Voodoo. You're on a shortwave radio. It's a solid song. I recommend it. It's not bad. So, number stations. Ooh, no, I'm not aware. Creepy stations. You're like, there's a pandemic. You have spare time. Why not? Interesting. So hold up. My little brother just released a thing. Rare Numbers mobile game? I'm wondering if this is like Googleable at this point. Nah, I think he's not there yet. I'm pretty sure he actually like released it. All right, so this is my brother. He made a thing called Rare Numbers. Where the fuck is the link, dude? Rare Numbers on iOS and Android, I guess. Where's the link, man? Right? You can like bid on and trade rare numbers. It's actually kind of like stupid, but kind of fun. Like, it's kind of genius. Like, it's kind of genius. Sure, it's satire. Sure, it's some bullshit, but whatever. You know what? Good job, little brother. My younger brother is not a coder. He's gotten into it lately. I think, thanks to me encouraging it. No, he did his own thing. I wish I could claim it. But no, like, dude, I'm really proud of him. Like, he's been using vibe coding and AI and all this bullshit to learn how to be a dev. I'm actually, like, super proud of my younger brother. Like, it's really fucking cool. I feel like I've said this to him, but I probably don't say it enough. I'm really proud of my younger brother. Just for just going at it. Like, just make some shit. Like, and he is, like, full on the vibe coding, AI driven, like, he's a software dev. He's a software dev. Like, dude, some of the shit he's done is amazing. Like, I'm super proud of him for it. I just wish he'd put a little more effort in, because he could actually be an employed dev rather than just a vibe coder, I think he's totally capable. But yeah, like, he released a game. He's doing his his AI music thing. Like, he's doing a bunch of shit. I just think he could actually get a job doing this shit. And he could actually make enough money to then do whatever the fuck he wants on his own time. So yeah, anyway, fine is fine. Or fiend is fine. Is that meaning, like, the end is fine? Right? Like, fiend, like, like an old school, like auteurs movie? Whole movie plays, and then at the end it's just fiend. Right? So the end is fine? Is that the name? Like, is that the definitionary name? I'm curious about that. Like, is there something deeper to your name, or is it just like, well, it could have been fine is fine with the extra E, but, like, you forgot it? Yeah, art school. No, totally. I get it. Like, the fact that I connected that dot, like, yeah, theme is fine. Like, the end is okay. Like, blah, 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 philosophy, and, like, whatever, right? They're all words. Whatever. We can get there together. But no, I like that. In my opinion, I really like the fact that your name could be read from multiple different, like, lenses, Finn is fine. Okay, so your name used to be something like Finn, or whatever, and then you became Finn is fine. All right. But now it can go deeper, and it's like, Fiend is fine. And it's like, oh, it's like old school fucking film. Like, becomes even cooler. I don't know. I love the meta aspect of a good name. My name's bullshit. It's just my initials and then my last name. I get it. I mean, depends on how high you are. You can be any grit sandpaper you want. Depends on how much weed you smoke, right? Oh no! Woe is me. What's the deal?
Talk to the hand.
Yeah, like, for some reason my humidifier, which you're going to hear in a second, totally messes with my webcam. So yeah, we're in like the, the webcam's broken phase. Let me just fix my my humidifier real quick. This damn broken humidifier. We'll figure it out. Give me a second. I think that was just like unclogging it. A little bit more humidifier work. Just give me a second. And yes, I'm live on YouTube right now, so, I gotta modify the humidifier just a little bit. Okay, so I think I unclogged the humidifier, but now I need to, like, fiddle with it just a little bit. I believe this makes me an art school graduate by just doing this part, right? Right. Just by this part, I believe I'm a freshman or junior in art school. Like, a big part of art school is just like, yeah, fine-tuning your humidifier. Duh. We fixed the humidifier. We nailed it. Good job. Good work, team. We got there. All right, nailed it. Real quick, y'all want to know what the problem with going this late tonight is? I think tomorrow I have to put in some work on building a custom MCP server. That was going to be my goal tonight on co-working. I think tomorrow on stream I have to build a custom MCP server. Because I have to give a talk on it next Wednesday. It's a lightning talk. It'll be fast. Like, yeah, it sucks. I think tomorrow, Friday, good old Friday, we'll spend like the first 2-ish hours building some custom MCP stuff. Now, we don't have any marketing stuff online yet for it. It's still very early. It's about time for me to like build that stuff though. Yeah, like it's still very early, very beta. And I've been running into some issues with the latest versions, which I think you've seen online. Code spent, that might have been a misclick. I agree. Like, yeah, I don't know if it needed to be pinned. That's all. But yeah, no, you're right. We don't have any marketing sites. We don't have anything. Like, it's brand fucking new. Like, it's super new. And I think, I don't know. Yeah, I got like way more testing to do. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. I can't say everything I want to say about it right now. I just can't do it. Wouldn't be right. Also, I just think it needs more work and blah, blah, blah. I have some major criticisms that I think will be fixed very soon. So it's not worth airing the dirty laundry of it. But yes, I have some major usability concerns with the CLI right now. That's all. I think that's the nicest way to say that, and that's honesty. But could it be really good? I think so. Yep. I think there's just a few bugs to work on. It's still very early, and that's why we're not releasing like a blog post and a video and like, you know, all the BS about it. I think we may get it into our help center ahead of time. So if you're worried about like trying to configure it, I think if we launched it in the help center before, you know, the other parts, I think that would be a good move. But we'll see. Right. And all it would be is like the snippet you need for whatever editor. So like windsurf, cursor, all the other BS. Claude, whatever. Yeah, no, it's about bedtime. For sure. We're basically like talking about what we'll do tomorrow at this point. So yeah, build a custom MCP server. What would that look like? Yeah, gotta figure it out. So we'll do that to start stream tomorrow. And I think we probably finish that up within like 3 or 4 hours of like good focus. So then we hop back into this and we're taking in right, if we log out, let's double check it, go back through, right? We should be figuring out what the current repository is. This page is also not redirecting because we commented. That. We need to use that value. Because technically, shit. We can manage it here. We do this. All right, well, I don't feel like doing that right now. But the idea is we go through that and we get redirected. What was the URL? They had send action, they had installation ID, and they had, was the client ID in there? There's like a third value in the URL. Yeah. So installation ID. We're calling Git repositories, and that on the adapter is getting the installations. All right. Okay. Right. I'm just trying to think, what do I need to take in steal on? And then we'll like solve it real quick tomorrow. All right. Token settings repos. Repos is adapter. Oh, music. Damn. It's quiet. Yeah, this function is heavy. All right, so I guess why is this no good? Because we did allow at least one thing. All right, so hmm. Yeah, undefined. All right. I think it's a state bug. Hmm. Interesting. So we do have a repo here, but we're not showing it there. All right, so that's actually a different bug. So yeah, I don't think this is getting passed anywhere. So that's our issue. Hmm. So yeah, like really, the whole point of making this like demo app is to actually see what the API for whatever GHaaD is. Like, I don't know. The name is bad, but the API. Right, we shouldn't have to actually pass the token every time, right? But really, get adapter could do it. And then it's just inherent. That's the way that should be, right? So then this should be, right, token. Okay, so yeah, somewhere in here. So what I should be doing, hold on, because this is all synchronous. If I would just return this, it's chainable. And that might be like a nice API, right? I think I kind of like that. I don't know. It'll still mutate, you know, but it just adds the option of chaining. Kind of like it. Yeah. All right. We should probably do the same for every setter, right? I don't know about those functions doing it. I think I'm good with it. But yeah, I don't know. Like the raw setters. Anything synchronous. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's late. I should get some food. I did like the idea of at least following that thread because I do think, yeah, the chainability of those functions becomes nice. Even though it's like mutating this object, it's all like referential, like it's kind of still the same object itself. So it shouldn't leak, right? I don't know. We'll see. You got to think about how we actually like profile the memory of it. That'd be fun. I don't do enough of that. Right? No, you just build it. Whatever, you'll fix it. No, like, yeah, let's actually measure it. Yeah, that'd be fun. Okay. So, who to go raid? Who's going right now? That one's a bit harsh. Yeah. All right. Anyway. Yeah, sorry. I just saw that tweet. Yeah, I don't know. It was harsher than it should be. Who was streaming? Yeah, Ivers. Sure. He is in follower or sub only chat. He's a good dude. Yeah, I don't like to raid streams that do that, but it's fine. I like Ivers. He's a nice guy. He does a lot of really good iOS like Swift development. I think he's done some Android before too, though. But yeah, very solid mobile dev doing like indie style like dev, which is really cool. Like, you know, the projects are like make or break. It's kind of cool. Very smart dude. And let's go see what he's building. The text is a bit small. I don't know. But yeah, good dude. Check out his stream, and I will see you over there. I'll probably be over on gaming stream, just like chilling. I do need to like really read up on MCP stuff. So I'll be doing that while we're watching some show or something. But yeah, let's go say hi to Ivers. Later, YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out.